testron of their plan and agenda. Every Biafran and the wider zoo must think home now, because if it no happen for Sabado, it go happen for Domingo. If they chase you out of that British company called Nigeria, no just worry. We never reject you, and we know they reject our own. This una case now welcome development, as our hands they wide open to receive and welcome una with good heart. In fact, your visit to Ebony International Market, Enugu, Owerri, Igbocha, Delta, Calabar, Akwebom, Abia, Anambra, Echitam, go make you do nothing for the things we go see there. For this course, with immediate effect, without any sacrament, IPOB don't stamp law and Takato Market for the building of ultra-modern 21st century trade fair complex. No question about that. Therefore, all cow and oche cow must vanquish from Lopanta completely without looking back, while auto spare parts, all located in Lagos, must relocate to Anambra State. My people, Mbatu Nobi for the thing we they look for Bermuda Triangle, then for Wash River. Biafra land is well blessed and very loaded for anything. Just name it. Therefore, IPOB they appeal to both Biafrans and diaspora to think home and use the opportunity to invest and explore the beauty of our ancestral land, including the hidden beaches, blue rivers, parks, ranches, lakes, caves, as to romance with friendly nature, with fresh tattoos to make your life jolly and your body go do poko. Biafra, land of investment, inventors, agriculture and opportunities. If we no be Biafra land, it no fit be in other land. Time to translate their ingenuity, expertise, talent into reality is now, for the dry bones are rising. As the sun rises, no man can cause. Whom Chukwukike Abiyama has blessed. Biafra, the land of opportunities. We are blessed beyond imagination. Let's build and develop our own. Biafra, my home. This message now from the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, under the leadership and command of Saint Mazi ụmụnne m dị Biafra, oge eruokwala ọzọ mgbe ndị Izu ga-eji gụọ ọnụ ọgụgụ n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023. Unu ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na okwesịghị ka ọ bụrụ ihe a zụrụ ya, ha ebidokwala ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra, IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra worldwide, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngụgụ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo abụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile, ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ị nọ n'ala Yoruba, ị nọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge ekeresimesi. Onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba achako, ugwu Awụsa agba achako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ, ka anyị nwere otu a lọta ọbịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ makwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asịpụrụ ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chata eziga chọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi, ma ọ bụ tụrụ ka a ga-eji buchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtụ. Ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos, oru na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị, oru na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị. Ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụ ọnụọgụgụ ha si na Lagos rukwara nke a, Abuja rukwara nke a, ugwu Awụsa rukwara nke a, na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ mba n'ọnụ. Ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie, ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che na ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe. Oge sensus a, biko ọ dị anyị mkpa unu mara ihe unu ga-eme, n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi. Ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ya agba ụfụfụ. Onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a, latawanụ, n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya. Census 2023 oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụọgụgụ anyị. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ, emekwala anyị ụra na nke a, n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa lọtawa. Ịdị anyị mkpa ka ị soro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a ka anyị mara oke anyị ha, ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke. Nwanne, o ruola n'omume o, a sịkwala na anyị agwa gị. Census 2023, Nigerian Census 23, mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ọhụụ ọnụ mara oke ha dị. Ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ ọkpụlọ, ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa o. Ozi a ka anyị na-ezigara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe. Ụmụnne m ndị Biafra, oge eruokwala ọzọ mgbe ndị Izrel ga-eji gụọ ọnụọgụgụ n'isi n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023. Unu ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na o kwesịrị ka ọ bụrụ ihe a zụrụ ya, ha ebidokwala ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra worldwide, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngụgụ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo a bụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ị nọ n'ala Yoruba, ị nọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa. Dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge Krismesi, onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba chako, ugwu Hausa agba chako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ, ka anyị nwere otu a lọtawa bịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ makwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asị kwuru ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chata eziga chọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi, ma ọ bụ trọk a ga-eji vuchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtụ. Ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos, oru na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị, oru na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị. Ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụgụ ha si na Lagos rukwara nke a, Abuja rukwara nke a, ugwu Hausa rukwara nke a, na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ. Mba n'ọnụ ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie, ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che na ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe. Oge sensus a biko, ọ dị anyị mkpa unu mara ihe unu ga-eme, n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi. Ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị na ya agba ụfụfụ. Onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a, latawanụ, n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya. Census 2023, oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụọgụgụ anyị. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ, emekwala anya ụra na nke a, n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa lọtawa. Ịdị anyị mkpa ka ị soro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a ka anyị mara oke anyị ha, ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke. Nwanne, o ruola n'omume o, a sịkwala na anyị agwa gị. Census 2023, Nigerian Census 23, mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ọhụụ ọnụ mara oke ha dị. Ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ ọkpụlọ, ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa o. Ozi a ka anyị na-ezigara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe. Anyị onwe ego otu ezinụlọ bụrụ nnukwu ibu ma ụwa niile gburugburu bụ IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ onye isi ya, ji ohere a na-arịọ ụmụ Igbo tinyere ụmụ Biafra niile dị na mpaghara Lagos, ugwu Hausa, Abuja ka ha jisike buru akụ na ụba ha lewe anya ụzọ ụlọ, maka na tọnda ahụ na-agba n'ọkọchị na udu mmiri ọ ga-adị aṅa. Ọ na-abụ ọsọ chụwa mmadụ na ụmụnna ya, ya agbalaga ụmụnne ya, ọ chụwakwana ya na mba, ya agbalata ebe ya. Igbo, ụmụ Biafra, echiche echere gbuo mmadụ abụkwaghị echiche otu ụbọchị, ọ bụkwa na onye dị ndụ na-asị thank you Jesus ka ọ dị gị n'uche na o meghị n'izu ya eme n'ọnwa. Unu biko buru isi unu, ahịa unu, lọtawa ala Biafra. Ala anyị sara mbara, nwee ihe niile zuru oke eji abụ oke mba. Ọ bụrụ na nyenweghị ala, ọchị nna ma ha agaghị achọnwa ala maka arụgebe niile. Nwanne, ịhụbeghị ebe onye international market, Calabar Free Trade Zone, Akwa Ibom Showpiece, Enugu New Design Market, Igwe Ọcha, Anambra, Aba New Master Plan, Eko Ụtụtụ Market, aga m akpọkwa n'ole ghara ibe ya. Unu anwụrịla onwe unu maka na ife ụzọ bịa mara ụzọ were n'ohere a. Unu che n'ụwa agwụla, mara ihe Chukwu Okike jiri chụọ anyị mma. Mgbe ahụ ka anya gị ga-emepe dịka blind Bartimaeus. Ị na-ejighị iwuchi swamp n'ala Biafra tutu gị ọrụ ihe ọbụla, maka na ihe anyị bụ a na-agwọ ọ na-ere. Unu chọgodo iri ihe ọbụla n'akụkụ mmiri ọbụla dị n'ala Biafra, Imo River, Azụmni Blue River, Uguta Lake, Ibeno Beach, Urumba Waterfalls, Ogbunike Caves, Ebonyi Salt River na ebe ndị ọzọ. Unu enweghị nsogbu, lọta n'ụlọ, maka na kụrụ ụlọ amara onye kpara ya. Investment unu ga-abụ thy kingdom come. Ala Biafra brother will be done. Iji gwa gị n'ọzụwala, ahịa Nnama dị na Lọkpanta ga-abụzi ebe a ga-arụ ultra modern 21st century complex. Ugbu a anyị gwara onye sịkwanụ na anyị agaghị abịa maọbụ na anyị agaghị alọta. Ebe Anambra ga-abụ ebe a ga-ewu ahịa bụ ọkaibe na mba Afrịka maka akụrụngwa ihe ọgba dị iche iche na ihe ndị ọzọ nke a na-akpọ auto spare parts market. Ụkwa amịala na onye ateta nụnụ, ọ bụ m si eze mmụọ m, ụkwa amịala onye ateta na ụmụnne anyị ha ndị nọ na mba ofesi. Biko akụkwala flawa n'ala ndị ọzọ. Nke anyị bụ nke anyị, nke ha bụ nke ha. Naanị na Biafra land ka obi ga-abụ a man, ada abụrụ a woman. In fact, ọtụtụ ndị ebidola ihe na-egbughị oge. Bịa soro ụmụnna gị mara nzu gị ajịkwana sị nothing mega. Otu a aha abụ Eko chi na-ala ka zoo ka ị ga-esi laa ka tọrọ naanị me ngwa ngwa lahe mpekata. Cheta na onye ji igu ka ewu na-eso. Werenu Nnewi dịka ihe ọmụmaatụ na ihe nlereanya. Ụmụ Igbo, ụmụ Biafra, ka anyị laa n'ebe anyị. Onye asị ya ga-emezi ebe ya abụkwanaghị ihe ọjọọ. Ala Biafra makakwanụnụ. Ọ bụ anyị si eze mmụọ anyị. Leenụ Enugu, Anambra, Delta, Ebonyi, Imo, Abia, Igwe Ọcha, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Cross River. Chineke lee, ọ ga-agụ mma mbeze. Ọ bụkwa na ọ ga-agụ mma mbeze kama ga-abụ mmeze. Ọ bụ ndị Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, wetara unu ozi ya. Ala Biafra amaka. Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they pass this message to all Biafran where they live for North, West, Central, part of the British company called Nigeria, that the time to think and look homeward with immediate double quick march. Now, just package yourself, family and business with alacrity and handle it to Biafra land. All this killy destruction of our businesses, livelihood and so on, to the extent of having a new national anthem titled Go Back to Your Place, without condemnation from any quarters, no be in vain. My people, now test run of their plan and agenda. Every Biafran and the wider zoo must think home now, because if it no happen for Sabado, it go happen for Domingo. If they chase you out of that British company called Nigeria, no just worry. We never reject you, and we know they reject our own. This una case now welcome development as our hands they wide open to receive and welcome una with good heart. In fact, your visit to Ebonyi International Market, Enugu, Owerri, Igwe Ọcha, Delta, Calabar, Akwa Ibom, Abia, Anambra, Echitam go make you do nanawa for the things we go see there for this cause with immediate effect without any sacrament. IPOB don stamp Lọkpanta Cattle Market for the building of ultra modern 21st century trade fair complex. No question about that. Therefore, all cow and oche cow must vanquish from Lopanta completely without looking back, while auto spare parts, all located in Lagos, must relocate to Anambra State. My people, Mbato Nobi for the thing we look for Bermuda Triangle, then for Wash River. Biafra land is well blessed and very loaded for anything. Just name it. Therefore, IPOB they appeal to both Biafrans and diaspora to think home and use the opportunity to invest and explore the beauty of our ancestral land, including the hidden beaches, blue rivers, parks, ranches, lakes, caves, and still romance with friendly nature with fresh status to make your life jolly jolly and your body go do poko. Biafra, land of investment, inventors, agriculture and opportunities. If we know the Biafra land, it no fit be in other land. Time to translate their ingenuity, expertise, talent into reality is now, for the dry bones are rising. As the sun rises, no man can cause. Whom Chukwukike Abiyama has blessed. Biafra, the land of opportunities. We are blessed beyond imagination. Let's build and develop our own. Biafra, my home. This message now from the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, under the leadership and command of Saint Mazi ụmụnne m ndị Biafra, oge eruokwala ọzọ mgbe ndị Izrel ga-eji gụọ ọnụ ọgụgụ n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023. Unu ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na okwesịghị ka ọ bụrụ ihe a zụrụ ya, ha ebidokwala ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra, IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra worldwide, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngụgụ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo a bụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile, ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ị nọ n'ala Yoruba, ị nọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge Ekeresimesi. Onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba chako, ugwu Hausa agba chako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ. Ka anyị nwere otu a lọtawa bịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ makwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asị kwuru ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chata eziga chọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi, ma ọ bụ tụrụ ka a ga-eji buchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtụ. Ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos, oru na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị, oru na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị. Ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụgụ ha si na Lagos rukwara nke a, Abuja rukwara nke a, ugwu Hausa rukwara nke a, na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ. Mba n'ọnụ ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie, ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che na ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe. Oge sensus a, biko ọ dị anyị mkpa unu mara ihe unu ga-eme, n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi. Ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị na ya agba ụfụfụ. Onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a, latawanụ, n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya. Census 2023, oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ, emekwala anya ụra na nke a, n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa. Lọtawa, ịdị anyị mkpa ka isoro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a, ka anyị mara oke anyị ha, ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke. Nwanne, o ruola n'omume o, a sịkwala na anyị agwa gị. Census 2023, Nigerian Census 23, mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ọhụụ ọnụ mara oke ha dị. Ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ ọkpụlọ, ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa o. Ozi a ka anyị na-ezigara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe. Ụmụnne m ndị Biafra, oge eruokwala ọzọ mgbe ndị Izrel ga-eji gụọ ọnụ ọgụgụ n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023. unu ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na o kwesịghị ka ọ bụrụ ihe a zụrụ ya, ha ebidokwana ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra, IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra worldwide, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngụgụ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo a bụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ị nọ n'ala Yoruba, ị nọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge Ekeresimesi. Onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba achako, ugwu Hausa agba achako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ, ka anyị were otu a lọtawa bịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ makwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asịpụrụ ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chataizi gachọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi ma ọ bụ trọk a ga-eji buchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtụ. Ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos, oru na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị, oru na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị. Ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụgụ ha si na Lagos rukwara nke a, Abuja rukwara nke a, ugwu Hausa rukwara nke a, na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ. Mba n'ọnụ ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie, ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che na ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe. Oge sensus a biko ọ dị anyị mkpa unu mara ihe unu ga-eme, n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi. Ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị na ya agba ụfụfụ. Onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a, latawanụ, n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya. Census 2023 oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ, emekwala anya ụra na nke a, n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa. Lọtawa, ịdị anyị mkpa ka ị soro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a ka anyị mara oke anyị ha, ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke. Nwanne, o ruola n'omume o, a sịkwala na anyị agwa gị. Census 2023, Nigerian Census 23, mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ọhụụ ọnụ mara oke ha dị. Ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ ọkpụlọ, ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa o. Ozi a ka anyị na-ezikara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe. Anyị onwe ebe otu ezinụlọ bụrụ nnukwu ibu bụ ụwa niile gburugburu bụ IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ onye isi ya, ji ohere a na-arịọ ụmụ Igbo tinyere ụmụ Biafra niile si na mpaghara Lagos, ugwu Hausa, Abuja ka ha jisike buru akụ na ụba ha lewe anya ụzọ ụlọ, maka na tọnda ahụ na-agba n'ọkọchị na udu mmiri ọ ga-adị aṅa. Ọ na-abụ ọsọ chụwa mmadụ na ụmụnna ya, ya agbalaga ụmụnne ya, ọ chụwakwana ya na mba, ya agbalata ebe ya. Igbo, ụmụ Biafra, echiche echere gbuo mmadụ abụkwaghị echiche otu ụbọchị, ọ bụkwa na onye dị ndụ na-asị thank you Jesus. Ka ọ dị gị n'uche na o meghị n'izu ya eme n'ọnwa. Unu biko buru isi unu, ahịa unu, lọtawa ala Biafra, ala anyị sara mbara, nwee ihe niile zuru oke eji abụ oke mba. Ọ bụrụ na nyenweghị ala, ọchị nna ma ha agaghị achọnwa ala maka arụgebe niile. Nwanne, ịhụbeghị ebe onye International Market, Calabar Free Trade Zone, Akụ Ebom Showpiece, Enugu New Design Market, Igwe Ọcha, Anambra, Aba New Master Plan, Eko Ụtụtụ Market, aga m akpọkọ n'ole ghara ibe ya. Unu anwụrịla onwe unu maka na ife ụzọ bịa mara ụzọ were n'ohere a. Unu che n'ụwa agwụla, mara ihe Chukwu Okike jiri chọọ anyị mma. Mgbe ahụ ka anya gị ga-emepe dịka blind Bartimaeus. Ị na-edighị iwuchi swamp n'ala Biafra tutu gị ọrụ ihe ọbụla, maka na ihe anyị bụ a na-agwọ ọ na-ere. Unu chọgodo iri ihe ọbụla n'akụkụ mmiri ọbụla dị n'ala Biafra, Imo River, azụ Blue River, Uguta Lake, Ibeno Beach, Urumba Waterfalls, Ogbunike Caves, Ebony Salt River, n'ebe ndị ọzọ unu enweghị nsogbu lọta n'ụlọ maka na kwụrụ ụlọ amara onye kpara ya. Investment unu ga-abụ the kingdom come, ala Biafra brother will be done. Iji gwa gị n'ọzụwala ahịa Nnamdi na Lọkpanta ga-abụzi ebe a ga-arụ ultra modern 21st century complex. Ugbu a anyị gwara onye sịkwanụ na anyị agaghị abịa maọbụ na anyị agaghị alọta. Ebe Anambra ga-abụ ebe a ga-ewu ahịa bụ ọkaibe na mba Afrịka maka akụrụngwa ihe ọgba dị iche iche na ihe ndị ọzọ nke a na-akpọ auto spare parts market. Ụkwa amịala n'onye ateta nụnụ, ọ bụ m si eze mụọ m, ụkwa amịala onye ateta na ụmụnne anyị ha ndị nọ na mba ofesi. Biko akụkwala flawa n'ala ndị ọzọ. Nke anyị bụ nke anyị, nke ha bụ nke ha. Naanị na Biafra land ka obi ga-abụ a man, ada bụrụ a woman. In fact, ọtụtụ ndị ebidola ihe na-egbughị oge. Bịa soro ụmụnna gị mara nzu gị ajụkwana sị nothing mega. Otu a aha abụ eko chi na-ala ka zoo ka ị ga-esi laa ka tọrọ naanị mee ngwa ngwa lahe mpekata. Cheta na onye ji igu ka ewu na-eso. Werenu Nnewi dịka ihe ọmụmaatụ na ihe nlereanya. Ụmụ Igbo, ụmụ Biafra, ka anyị laa n'ebe anyị, onye asị ya ga-emezi ebe ya abụkwanaghị ihe ọjọọ. Ala Biafra maka kwanụnụ ọ bụ anyị si eze mụọ anyị. Leenụ Enugu, Anambra, Delta, Ebonyi, Imo, Abia, Igwe-Ọcha, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Cross River. Chineke lee, ọ ga-agụ mma Mbeze. Ọ bụkwa na ọ ga-agụ mma Mbeze kama ga-abụ Mmeze. Ọ bụ ndị Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB wetara unu ozi ya. Ala Biafra amaka. Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they pass this message to all Biafran where they live for North, West, Central, part of the British country called Nigeria, that the time to think and look homeward with immediate double quick march. Now, just package yourself, family and business with alacrity and hand Lily to Biafra land. All this killy destruction of our businesses, livelihood and so on, to the extent of having a new national anthem titled Go Back to Your Place, without condemnation from any quarters, no be in vain. My people, now the throne of their plan and agenda, every Biafran and the wider zoo must think home now, because if it no happen for Sabado, it go happen for Domingo. If they chase you out of that British company called Nigeria, no just worry. We never reject you, and we know they reject our own. This una case now welcome development as our hands they wide open to receive and welcome una with good heart. In fact, your visit to Ebonyi International Market, Enugu, Owerri, Igwe-Ọcha, Delta, Calabar, Akwa Ibom, Abia, Anambra, Echitam go make you do nothing for the things we go see there. For this course, with immediate effect, without any sacrament, IPOB don't stamp Lọkpanta Cattle Market for the building of ultra-modern 21st century trade fair complex. No question about that. Therefore, all cow and oche cow must vandicate from Lọkpanta completely without looking back, while auto spare parts, all located in Lagos, must relocate to Anambra State. My people, Nobi for the thing we they look for Bermuda Triangle, then for Gwashi River. Biafra land is well blessed and very loaded for anything. Just name it. Therefore, IPOB they appeal to both Biafrans and diaspora to think home and use the opportunity to invest and explore the beauty of our ancestral land, including the hidden beaches, blue rivers, parks, ranches, lakes, caves, as you romance with friendly nature, with fresh tattoos to make your life jolly and your body go do poko. Biafra, land of investment, inventors, agriculture and opportunities. If we no be Biafra land, it no fit be in other land. Time to translate their ingenuity, expertise, talent into reality is now, for the dry bones are rising. As the sun rises, no man can curse. Whom Chukwukike Abiyama has blessed. Biafra, the land of opportunities. We are blessed beyond imagination. Let's build and develop our own. Biafra, my home. This message now from the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, under the leadership and command of Saint Mazi ụmụnne m ndị Biafra, oge eruokwala ọzọ mgbe ndị Igbo ga-eji gụọ ọnụ ọgụgụ n'isi n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023. Unu ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na okwesịghị ka ọ bụrụ ihe a zụrụ ya, ha ebidokwala ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra, IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra worldwide, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngụgụ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo abụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile, ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ị nọ n'ala Yoruba, ị nọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa. Dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge Ekeresimesi, onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba achako, ugwu Hausa agba achako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ. Ka anyị were otu a lọtawa, bịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ makwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asịpụrụ ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chata eziga chọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi, ma ọ bụ tụrụ ka a ga-eji buchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtụ. Ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos, oru na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị, oru na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị. Ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụ ọnụọgụgụ ha site na Lagos rukwara nke a, Abuja rukwara nke a, ugwu Hausa rukwara nke a, na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ mba n'ọnụ. Ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie, ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che na ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe. Oge sensus a, biko ọ dị anyị mkpa unu mara ihe unu ga-eme, n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi. Ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ya agba ụfụfụ. Onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a, latawanụ, n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya. Census 2023, oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ, emekwala anya ụra na nke a, n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa. Lọtawa, ịdị anyị mkpa ka ị soro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a, ka anyị mara oke anyị ha, ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke. Nwanne, o ruola n'omume o, a sịkwala na anyị agwaghị. Census 2023, Nigerian Census 23, mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ọhụụ ọnụ mara oke ha dị. Ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ okpụlọ, ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa o. Ozi a ka anyị na-ezikara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe. Ụmụnne m ndị Biafra, oge eruokwala ọzọ mgbe ndị Igbo ga-eji gụọ ọnụ ọgụgụ n'isi n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023. Unu ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na okwesịghị ka ọ bụrụ ihe a zụrụ ya, ha ebidokwala ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra, IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra worldwide, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngụgụ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo abụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile, ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ị nọ n'ala Yoruba, ị nọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa. Dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge Ekeresimesi, onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba achako, ugwu Hausa agba achako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ. Ka anyị nwere otu a lọtawa, bịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ makwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asịpụrụ ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chata eziga chọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi, ma ọ bụ tụrụ ka a ga-eji buchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtọ ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos ọrụ na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị ọrụ na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụgụ ha si na Lagos rukwara nke a Abuja rukwara nke a ugwu Awụsa rukwara nke a na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ mba n'ọnụ ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che na ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe oge sensus a biko ọ dị anyị mkpa ụnụ mara ihe unu ga-eme n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị na ya agba ụfụfụ onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a latawanụ n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya Census 2023 oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụọgụgụ anyị ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ emekwala anya ụra na nke a n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa lọtawa ịdị anyị mkpa ka ị soro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a ka anyị mara oke anyị ha ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke nwanne o ruola n'omume a sịkwala na anyị agwa gị Census 2023 Nigerian Census 23 mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ọhụụ ọnụ mara oke ha bụ ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ ọkpụlọ ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa ozi a ka anyị na-ezigara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe anyị onwe ego otu ezinụlọ bụrụ nnukwu ibu ma ụwa niile gburugburu bụ IPOB Indigenous People of Biafra nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ onye isi ya ji ohere a na-arịọ ụmụ Igbo tinyere ụmụ Biafra niile dị na mpaghara Lagos ugwu Awụsa Abuja ka ha jisike buru akụ na ụba ha lewe anya ụzọ ụlọ maka na tọnda ahụ na-agba n'ọkọchị na udu mmiri ọ ga-adị aṅa ọ na-abụ ọsọ chụwa mmadụ na ụmụnna ya ya agbalaga ụmụnne ya ọ chụwakwana ya na mba ya agbalata ebe ya Igbo ụmụ Biafra echiche echere gbuo mmadụ abụkwaghị echiche otu ụbọchị ọ bụkwa na onye dị ndụ na-asị thank you Jesus ka ọ dịghị n'uche na o meghị n'izu ya eme n'ọnwa unu biko buru isi unu ahịa unu lọtanwa ala Biafra ala anyị sara mbara nwee ihe niile zuru oke eji abụ oke mba ọ bụrụ na nyenweghị ala ọchị nna ma ha agaghị achọnwa ala maka arụgebe niile nwanne ịhụbeghị ebe onye international market Calabar Free Trade Zone Akwa Ibom Showpiece Enugu New Design Market Igwe Ọcha Anambra Aba New Master Plan Eko Ụtụtụ Market aga m akpọkwa n'ole ghara ibe ya unu anwụrịla onwe unu maka na ife ụzọ bịa mara ụzọ were n'ohere a unu che n'ụwa agwụla mara ihe Chukwu Okike jiri chọọ anyị mma mgbe ahụ ka anya gị ga-emepe dịka blind Bartimaeus ị na-edighị iwuchi swamp n'ala Biafra tutu gị ọrụ ihe ọbụla maka na ihe anyị bụ a na-agwọ ọ na-ere unu chọgodo iri ihe ọbụla n'akụkụ mmiri ọbụla dị n'ala Biafra Imo River Azụmni Blue River Ugwuta Lake Ibeno Beach Urumba Waterfalls Ogbunike Caves Ebonyi Salt River na ebe ndị ọzọ unu enweghị nsogbu lọta n'ụlọ maka na kụrụ ụlọ amara onye kpara ya investment unu ga-abụ the kingdom come ala Biafra brother will be done iji gwa gị n'ọzụwala ahịa Nnamdi na Lọkpanta ga-abụzi ebe a ga-arụ ultra modern 21st century complex ugbu a anyị gwara onye sịkwanụ na anyị agaghị abịa maọbụ na anyị agaghị alọta ebe Anambra ga-abụ ebe a ga-ewu ahịa bụ ọkaibe na mba Afrịka maka akụrụngwa ngwa ihe ọgbụgba dị iche iche na ihe ndị ọzọ nke a na-akpọ auto spare parts market ụkwa amịala na onye ateta nụnụ ọ bụ m si eze mụọ m ụkwa amịala onye ateta na ụmụnne anyị ha ndị nọ na mba ofesi biko akụkwala flawa n'ala ndị ọzọ nke anyị bụ nke anyị nke ha bụ nke ha naanị na Biafra land ka obi ga-abụ a man ada bụrụ a woman in fact ọtụtụ ndị ebidola ihe na-egbughị oge bịa soro ụmụnna gị mara nzu gị ajịkwana sị nothing mega otu a aha abụ Eko Tinala ka zoo ka ị ga-esi laa katọrọ naanị mee ngwa ngwa lahe mpekata cheta na onye ji igu ka ewu na-eso werenụ Nnewi dịka ihe ọmụmaatụ na ihe nlereanya ụmụ Igbo ụmụ Biafra ka anyị laa n'ibe anyị onye asị ya ga-emezi ebe ya abụkwanaghị ihe ọjọọ ala Biafra makakwanụnụ Ọbani says the Mwani, Leno, Enugu, Anambra Delta, Ebonyi, Imo, Abia, Igbo, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Cross River. Hell, Chinekele, Ogagumambeze, Obukwana Ogagumambeze, Kamaga Meze. Obundi Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, with Arunozia. Ala Biafra, Amaka. Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, under the leadership of Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, they pass this message to all Biafran, where they live for North, West, Central, part of the British company called Nigeria, that the time to think and look homeward with immediate double quick match. Now, just package yourself, family and business with alacrity and handle it to Biafra land. All this killy destruction of our businesses, livelihood and so on, to the extent of having a new national anthem titled "Go Back to Your Place," without condemnation from any quarters, no be in vain. My people, now test run of their plan and agenda. Every Biafran and the wider zoo must think home now, because if it no happen for Sabado, it go happen for Domingo. If they chase you out of that British company called Nigeria, no just worry. We never reject you, and we know they reject our own. This una case now welcome development as our hands they wide open to receive and welcome una with good heart. In fact, your visit to Ebonyi International Market, Enugu, Owerri, Igbocha, Delta, Calabar, Akwa Ibom, Abia, Anambra, etc. go make you do nothing for the things we go see there. For this course, with immediate effect, without any sacrament, IPOB don't stamp law and Takato Market for the building of ultra-modern 21st century trade fair complex. No question about that. Therefore, all cow and oche cow must vanish from Lopanta completely without looking back, while auto spare parts, all located in Lagos, must relocate to Anambra State. My people, to spare Nobi for the thing we they look for Bermuda Triangle, then Yafunya for Boashi River. Biafra land is well blessed and very loaded for anything. Just name it. Therefore, IPOB they appeal to both Biafrans and diaspora to think home and use the opportunity to invest and explore the beauty of our ancestral land, including the hidden beaches, blue rivers, parks, ranches, lakes, caves, as to romance with friendly nature, with fresh tattoos to make your life jolly and your body go do. Biafra, land of investment, inventors, agriculture and opportunities. If we no be Biafra land, it no fit be in other land. Time to translate your ingenuity, expertise, talent into reality is now, for the dry bones are rising. As the sun rises, no man can cause. Whom Chukwukike Abiyama has blessed. Biafra, the land of opportunities. We are blessed beyond imagination. Let's build and develop our own. Biafra, my home. This message now from the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, under the leadership and command of Saint Mazi ụmụnne m ndị Biafra, oge eruokwala ọzọ mgbe ndị Zulu ga-eji gụọ ọnụ ọgụgụ n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023. Unu ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na okwesịghị ka ọ bụrụ ihe a zụrụ ya, ha ebidokwala ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra worldwide n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngụgụ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo a bụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ịnọ n'ala Yoruba, ịnọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge Ekeresimesi. Onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba achako, ugwu Awụsa agba achako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ ka anyị nwere otu a lọta ọbịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ ma kwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asị pụrụ ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chataizi chọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi ma ọ bụ tụrụ ka a ga-eji buchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtụ. Ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos, oru na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị, oru na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị. Ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụgụ ha si na Lagos rukwara nke a, Abuja rukwara nke a, ugwu Awụsa rukwara nke a, na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ mba n'ọnụ. Ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie, ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che na ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe. Oge sensus a biko ọ dị anyị mkpa unu mara ihe unu ga-eme, n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi. Ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ya agba ụfụfụ. Onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a, latawanụ, n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya. Census 2023 oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụọgụgụ anyị. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ, emekwala anya ụra na nke a, n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa lọtawa. Ịdị anyị mkpa ka ị soro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a ka anyị mara oke anyị ha, ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke. Nwanne, o ruola n'omume o, a sịkwala na anyị agwa gị. Census 2023, Nigerian Census 23, mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ọhụụ ọnụ mara oke ha dị. Ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ ọkpụlọ, ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa o. Ozi a ka anyị na-ezigara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe.
Ọ gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo, ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwa unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo, ọzọ eme nte eme ime. Ọ sị m nọọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwaanyị na-ebe asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri nji aba asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị gị binye. Eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'ike o juru nwaanyị aga anị asị gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike. Ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ, otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile, ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya, nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike. Napụta ya na eke, napụta ya na orie, napụta ya na afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-anapụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke, napụta ya n'Orie, napụta ya n'Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma. Ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha. Chukwu okike abịa ama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, oke ga-eketara ya ndụ, oke ga-eketara ya Biafra, oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọ kwara ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu? Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m obiara igbu Nnamdi Kanu gbuo onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya dịka ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ya bụ onye ahụ na-atụ maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịrị, asị m alịrị akọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịa ama, asị m na belede nyiri dike belede ka o ji amawa dike. Asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose, ọ dadị ukwu ose enu. Na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka. Ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu. Na ọkwado nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya. Asị m na eje anaba isi ije. Asị m na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana. Asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne. Inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwa iyi. Asị m na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụ. Maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri, ọ bụrụ eje nkụ. Asị m na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri. Asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo. Asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere. Asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Ga tụnye ugo, ga nye ya mmeri, ga nye ya mmeri, ga nye ya mmeri. Tụnye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ. Ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu n'efufe. Unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, onwe ike wee kwuru jinjin, onwe ike wee kwuru wee fuo n'ofufe. Asị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ. Ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo, ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra, ka nwee ike wee kwuchie anyị ọnụ, ka ha nwee ike wee kachie anyị ọnụ, ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ. Mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri, ndị nwe ikuku, ndị nwe anyanwụ, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra. Asị m unu binyenu, asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a, ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a, ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụori ahịa, ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule. Asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ. Eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo, mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo, asị m unu binye, maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri, onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu. Nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta. Onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri. Onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ. Onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya. Asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa, mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ. Asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya. Asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu, asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama.
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 26th day of April 2023. I'm very sorry for coming late. I think almost 1 hour late or later than usual, which is my fault. I apologize. But we must continue because today we are live and direct. Tata bụ ụbọchị ọgụ ụbọchị na isii n'ọnwa nke nọ n'afọ 2023. Tata bụ ụbọchị eke. For you to understand that we are here live and direct. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies onto this hallowed platform. You can put your enmity at bay and invite people to listen to this hallowed platform that is instituted in order to preach the gospel of emancipation, the gospel of freedom, the gospel of liberty. Because life without freedom is meaningless. You can be anything you want. You can be very rich, you can be, but without liberty, without freedom, it means nothing. Therefore, as Mazi said, which I am who I am, which also today, that quotation, that freedom is more important than life. I agree totally with that statement. Because once you are not free, as we are not as Biafrans in that zoo called Nigeria, you can hustle and make your money, build up your life. Everything will go up into we just vanish in a twinkle of an eye. They will burn it down, they will kill you, they will destroy it in a twinkle of an eye. I could remember, I think 2020, when one Igbo man's motel or hotel, something Alfa Romeo or something like that, was brought down in a broad daylight. The building with the whole materials equipment was brought down with a caterpillar in Abuja. That's it. And he was crying that, oh, you need justice. You get justice in Nigeria because you're a slave. You are a slave. You see many of all these people that are boasting, I get this, under one order, from one Almajiri that doesn't know how to write his or her name. All that you have struggled for in all your life will be swept away, will vanish. That is what it means. That is what it is to be living under slavery, living the life of a slave. They will allow you, you make your money, make your now. Anytime they want, they vanish it. You cannot talk. If you talk, they kill you because you're a slave. We are fighting for freedom first because this awareness started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, must continue. Therefore, today, do not forget that we are on our Twitter and phone call campaign, worldwide phone call and Twitter campaign, please. As we know, if 10 million Biafrans call, if an institution, United Nations, the White House, or Britain, European Union, African Union, if each and every one of them receive 10 million calls demanding the same thing, Russia also, China, if they receive 10 million calls from individuals, all are talking about the same thing, demanding the same thing, do you know what it will achieve? This freedom fighting we are engaging, it is a freedom fighting or type of freedom fighting never seen before. We use every tool available to our disposal or at our disposal in order to fight for our freedom. Therefore, please make sure that you've called. Not even once. You can call as many times as you could. As many times as you could. It is allowed. Making the same demand. That is why it is being written. Synchronized. That synchronized demand from every Biafran. It is very, very important. That synchronization or synchronized demand, it is very, very important, please. So that you have to call. As you are calling, another Biafran is calling every day. Another person is calling the same thing. Now, it will yield a very positive result. Also tweeting also. Therefore, we must continue. Before I continue, as we are late, I will bring in Mazi Ezekulie, who is with me here, in order to please introduce yourself before we go on, because we must continue. Mazi, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi. Mbedoma.
Udo
Good evening, fellow Biafrans. All lovers of freedom. This evening, we are here again to make some good revelations, things you never hear before, so that you keep your mind and soul together to know that we needed to have freedom, because something has happened to us, great thing has happened to us as a people, and nobody cares. Some of the elders have forgotten, some of them have died, and nobody is to tell the younger one what really happened. How do we come here? What brought us here where we are? This evening, as Elohim will have it, I will make some effort to make some revelations so that you will know certain things you never know. You may not know, because the creator that created Biafrans, knows why he kept me alive today. I never knew why he kept me certain place to be able to appear this time around, to be able to tell the people certain story, certain things they never know. How we come about where we are now. So please, fellow Biafrans, open your ear, come closer. You will learn one or two things this evening. Forgive me if I don't speak Queen's English, because I am not a British man and I'm not an English man. I'm a typical Igbo man. I speak my mother tongue much too well. But for the fact that we have adopted this particular satanic language that is ruling the world, let us see how far we can also manipulate it to get our freedom also. So thank you, fellow Biafran. Stay around and listen this evening. Thank you, Mazi.
Ndewo Mazi. For us to continue, a starting point, because I wanted to preach or do a submission titled National Identity, but I don't think it's going to be today. It's not going to be today, because I need to preach that gospel honestly. National identity. You know, they tell you NIN, N-I-N, National Identification Number. For people, for many of us, or many Nigerians, or most Nigerians don't understand what national identity really means or signifies. And that is why I'm going to defy it to another day, maybe tomorrow or next. That is it. Because Mazi just said, something happened to us. You know the way scientists used to modify vegetables, the chromosomes of vegetables, the genes of vegetables, and they modify it the way they want. If it is, for example, a melon that doesn't bring up the fruit is not big, it becomes very big. Genetically modified foods, that is what happened to us. They modified our nomenclature. They modified our genes. They tried to put us create us the way they want us to be. That is the problem we are having today. Biafrans in particular, Black Africans in general. That is the situation. We must understand what this national identity is. They impose on us an identity. Britain imposed on us a foreign identity to us. And we are fighting to live like the identity they put us into. It is highly absurd. You know, our leader, what I am trying to say here is to reiterate what our leader has been preaching. A foreigner came from far land, thousands of kilometers, and came and gathered and said, you, from today you are all Nigerians. And you see people, human beings, gallivanting and accepting that artificial imposition. It is an insult to our humanness. It's a very big insult. When you calm down without sentiment and check all these things, reason it, think about it critically, I'm telling you, you see that, they push us, they made us half human, subhuman. I'm telling you honestly. They impose, something that is foreign on us. And here we are, people are defending it without shame. It is very sad. As Mazi said, that is why you see a Biafran, we want nothing. You see our women today it's an epitome of what they call wrong girls. Ashawo. Holy people. Holy. My father, he used to tell me, say, do you know before the war? And the Mazi here can confirm it. That onye ugwu mesara nwanyi Igbo aka. Chite ya maybe ha na-aga n'ụzọ ya try ya akọ, touch to nwanyi Igbo ada Igbo. Ada Biafra. Chineke kwena ihe, that shirt he will not wash it again. All were na-enye testimony. Ịmakwa ya o metụrụ ndị aka. Today they have changed us. Nigeria imposition. Nigerian identity they have used Nigerian identity to change us into what they want us to be. Even when they look at in their movies, any place, for example, the action of Rongel, they will name Igbo name Amaka. What is your name? Amaka, Ifeoma. You don't know that all these things means a lot. They are bringing us down to the lowest point. That is the reality. Mazi, I agree with you. This is what we are trying to reverse. I say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and picked the remnants of us, our remnants. Now, Totokoya, so that you can join it together and we go back to who we used to be. I don't know how foreigners will impose an identity onto us. And people are defending it. They impose everything on us. It is not that, I used to say it, had it been that Britain is still living, British people are on ground like in South Africa, it would have been more palatable, I'm telling you. It would have been at least it would have been more palatable because, at least they would be there feeling the sun, the rain, everything. At least. We know that, who are these people that did they say, look at them, they are with us here. Just like in South Africa. It would have been more palatable. But these people came and created chaos. Try to change our nomenclature. And went back, and from far they are controlling us, controlling the imposition. I listened to what that midget, the former British High Commissioner, what he was saying, praising Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. That Nigeria is their toy. Praising Nigeria, democracy, the largest democracy, no matter the shortcomings, but they are going there. They have to praise you because they are trying to create something, an identity, which is foreign to us. That is what we are suffering. I'm telling you. I will preach this gospel, but it will be another day. The submission, national identity. Therefore, let me just read this news headline before bringing Mazi into the conversation. I think it's today's news. Yes, 26th April 2023. Terrorists abduct 29 residents in Nigeria capital city, Abuja, in mass midnight attack. Are you seeing it? What is going on? Terrorists in Abuja. This is not the first. This is not the second. It has been ongoing, but it's not receiving the type of media brouhaha noise that it should. All that matters to people they are talking about is insecurity in the southeast. Oh, IPOB. Oh, this and that. Insecurity in the southeast. It is very highly absurd that in the capital city, terrorists are walking, kidnapping people, killing people in the Nigeria capital city of Abuja. And people are walking as if everything is normal. I used to call Nigerians dead body. Stone dead. They are stone dead. There is nothing you can do to revive them. As long as he never suffer as a victim, direct. And the worst part of it is that when the thing happens to him, he might not live to tell the story or to learn. Nigerians are zombies, dead bodies. I will never forget that Yoruba woman, I think it was either 2020 or 2021, that was kidnapped, that he lives in Canada with the family. They just came to Nigeria. They were kidnapped. She, her daughter, and her husband. And she was raped together with her daughter in the presence of her husband. When she was finally released, the woman he cannot express what happened to her. But there is something she said, because he gave a conference in Canada when she went back to Canada. He said the worst part is that Nigerians, they don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. They are zombies. When you see Nigerians in Nigeria, they are just zombies moving around. And that is true. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been shouting. And we continue it. Nigerians are not politically conscious. They are not conscious of what happens in their environment. They are just seeing just that perimeter they are. That is what has been imposed on them. You understand? A country without electricity, central electricity. Now it is voluntary. That is British manipulations and creation. They are trying to create a type of human being that will be pliable, that will be a zombie. In the Nigeria case, that is the experiment they are, Nigerian experiment. I have been saying it here and I'll continue repeating it. Britain tried to create the same thing in Asia. Britain, United Kingdom. They colonized India. They created an Asian zoo, very giant zoo. They called India. But India proved to them that they are human beings. First of all, let me ask you, and let me tell you, Indians never accepted the European Christianity. That is a known fact. It's a known fact. For people that will come to talk otherwise that, this is Christianity brought us this. Now you ask, what did Christianity bring to India? India was colonized by Britain, but very smartly. They rejected British religion, European religion. They rejected it. And today they are progressing more than that zoo in Africa. Can you explain that? No, you can't. They continued in their way of life, in their natural values. Hinduism. Do you understand that? And they never worship a white man idol. That is their savior. No, they don't do it. They don't do it. That is why today India is great. Because they said no, though they were colonized. They took things that they could learn, the new things that they could learn from England, and jettison others that are not necessary for them. You understand me? The same thing happened in Japan. Although Japan was not colonized by Britain, but they tried, the Europeans tried to do that. Japan forced them to stand still. And refused their religion, European religion. They refused it in total. Any Japanese that time, that 16th, 17th century, that tried to accept Christianity, they not only killing him, they killed the person and burned the whole family. They killed the whole family members. You might be hearing it and say, no, this is too much. No, the resultant effect is what you are seeing today in Japan. Progress. Do you understand that? Progress is what you are seeing today in Japan. They worked for it. They refuse to accept what for the manipulation of foreigners. But in our own, everything was accepted in total. To the extent today, you see people defending Nigeria, people defending European religion, people defend, that it is the only way. When you look at it, you say, Chineke. Biafra is our religion. It remains our religion. Do you understand me? Do you know that? Do you know why Fulani is on top? Let me tell you. One of the main reasons they are favored by Britain, because they rejected European religion. Do you understand that? let me say it again. Fulani today, they are on top. Britain gave them the hegemony. Yes, that is true. One of the main reasons is because Fulani rejected European religion, saying, no, we cannot accept, leave us. We cannot accept this religion. And they maintained the Arabic religion. They have been there for many years, many centuries, if not millennium. You understand? But you that answer fire, when they say jump up, you jump, you say how high? You start wearing tie in for 40 degrees Celsius heat, just for you to resemble your slave masters. Where are you today? Where is your position? It's a question, a rhetorical question that you need to answer by yourself, by thinking deeply. So, after all, the Europeans, they respect when you fight them to stand still. The garbage they bring, you say no. You learn, no tradition is perfect. It pains me a lot when people will be coming out to talk about, our tradition was doing bad, this was doing, and they are bringing up things that even propaganda that was used against our tradition. Let me tell you, whether it's true or false, that during the olden days, people did this, kill human beings. Let me tell you, go and study the European, civilization or tradition, ancient tradition, how they behaved. Europeans, they were cannibals. They ate. Do you know Germans kill children? Thousands of children. You know that? In order to rid themselves of those type of children. Do you know that? No, you don't know. But you never hear Europeans come and start saying, no, our tradition. No tradition is perfect. Tradition is, you learn. You learn from this tradition, take something good from it, and say, human beings evolve with evolution, continuous evolution. Human beings evolve. There are things you were doing as a people, but because you never meet with the other traditions or other cultures, you thought that it is the best. But when you meet other cultures, you will see how stupid that action is. And now you come back, you say, look, let us get rid of this. The same way others learn from you. So it pains me a lot when people start talking about how they were killing to. Who tell you that? That is lie from the pit of hell. People that are spreading this propaganda, they killed millions of people all over the world. But when talking about they don't talk about it. They hide it. And they respect their ancestors. But you see brainwashed people. When our brainwashed brothers, when you see them, hear them talking, you will bow. You say, my God, what is this? This is the product Britain wants. You understand me? But India, first of all, rejected British tradition. They rejected it. Number one, before independence, they reshuffled themselves. They didn't want to be what the Europeans wanted them to be. They said, no, this thing you call India, we are Indians, yes. But it is not your definition of us. Who is an Indian? They, by themselves, they defined India. And that definition, it cost, is not a small thing, it cost death. No revolution comes with a joy. Let me tell you. Every revolution, all revolutions comes with blood. Do you understand that? If you want to be at peace all the years of your life as a people, prepare to remain slaves. Prepare to remain slaves all the year of your life. All your generations. Prepare to remain slaves. But if you want to change things, changing of things, it doesn't, look at even a child, a baby that is born without teeth. As time goes on, within some months, you start growing teeth. Is it a funny thing? Is it funny to him? It pains him because he's trying to adapt, trying to evolve into complete human. If a baby stays right from day one, the 1 year without growing a teeth, and the baby is happy, he's always joyful, happy, he's not sick, but no teeth. How will you call it? Is it not a defect? Are you not going to start being worried as a parent and say, no, this baby is not developing? But they will tell you, but he's happy, he's eating, he's okay. But say, but no teeth. It's not normal. They will tell you, but teeth comes with pain. You say, no, that pain is normal thing. But the baby needs to grow teeth. It doesn't matter how painful. No problem. He's going to be sick. No problem. Do you see? That is how revolutions occur. In order to change the status quo, there must be pain. Pain will be there. Pain. Go and study the French Revolution. Go and study the European Revolution, the era of awakening. Study it, not reading it. Study them very well. You will understand what I'm saying. Because when you want to live in peace, always in peace as a people, you become the victim of that peace. And that is what we are meant to be in Nigeria. Always we are lamenting. Because we are the victims of the peace. We are the sacrificial lambs to that peace. That is what Nnamdi he did it on us. And we are now saying no to this, to being sacrificial lambs in Nigeria. In Nigeria setting. That foreign imposition. Terrorists abduct 29 residents in the Nigeria capital city, Abuja, in mass midnight attack. They are taking over everywhere. Terrorists. These are Fulani terrorists. Do you understand? How do you think that 29, maybe when they say 29, add another 0, 290 maybe. Because this is the official version. Official version. How can 29 people be abducted in a capital city and you tell me that everything is okay? You are telling me that all is okay. You are living in your safe zone and saying that no, Dodi, here no problem. No, here no Dodi. Because you are demented. I'm telling you honestly. You are demented. Terrorists, Fulani terrorists are on the rampage. Because they have seen that Nigerians are zombies. They have tested many things and saw that no reaction. So they are in charge. They are in charge. The idea they are using, the Nigeria setting, I've been saying this, that the hatred of Igbos is the black spot with which the Fulani Caliphate is using in order to conquer every other indigenous population in Nigeria. This thing now, when they talk, people talk about it, no, terrorists are in Abuja. They tell you, no, it's in the south, it's in the southeast. It's Biafra, IPOB is in the southeast, please. Don't worry about Abuja, even if all of you are slaughtered, no problem. But to focus your attention on Biafra people, do you want them to go? Do you want them? Everybody will say, oh, as long as it is Biafra. I beg, we don't want them. Let us be slaughtered here in Abuja, no problem. But Biafra, we will counter you. That is what the Caliphate has successfully done in the mindset of Nigerians. I'm telling you. So it's very sad. But we must continue. Now, another news headline. Ex-Ohaneze Ndigbo National Publicity Secretary, Ibebu, calls for extension of Buhari's administration. It doesn't matter any guys. He's an Igbo man. Ex-Ohaneze Ndigbo National Publicity Secretary. Today you have Iwanya was the very grand saboteur. Working against our interest. And one time if Ike Nwachukwu is still alive, you will see he will become Ohaneze Ndigbo chieftain. He will become one day, he will become the chairman of Ohaneze Ndigbo. Ike Nwachukwu. These are people that are imposed on us. Since after the war, we are no more. These are the weapons they use in order to change our nomenclature. You understand? So that we start seeing sabotage, Igbo sabotage, as a means of livelihood. No ebano. You understand? So, Mazi, please, I would like you to come in here. How do you, when you see this type of thing, Ex-Ohaneze Ndigbo National Publicity Secretary calling for extension of Buhari's administration, and you see, you know, Nigerian politicians of Igbo extraction, you see that all the India they cannot understand. None is there to defend our collective interests. Please, I want to ask you. You saw the war. You were there before the war. You saw the then Nigeria. How do you see the politicians then and now? Please, can you make comparison now about what you are seeing now? Please, Mazi, go on, please.
Mazi, thank you. Fellow Biafrans, I wish all of you would be listening, those who are capable of listening this evening, because I know not all of you will be listening. Great things happen to us. Every day, I keep walking on the road. I keep thinking, cracking my brain. Why did we end up this way? From 1959, when I started knowing something about politics, till 1960, we celebrated independence, and then going on and on before I begin to look into the politics in general, because as a teenager, let me put it that way, as a teenager, I was not all that into politics. I was kind of not all that conscious of politics. But one thing that baffles me was election of 1963. That election was a great awakening to me. I was in the front of our house in Itui Corruption. I saw about 300 or 400 people with palm leaf in their hand. They were singing in group, campaigning for Awolowo, not Zik. They were campaigning for Awolowo, not Zik. Great Zik of Africa, the so-called Zik of Africa. Those who call him Zik of Africa made a serious mistake. Because if you call him Zik of Africa, what do you call Nkrumah? What do you call Julius Nyerere? What do you call Jomo Kenyatta? What do you call the man that formed the OAU? Haile Selassie of Ethiopia. Yes, Haile Selassie. What do you call him? And so, that song that day, I heard them singing. Amayom disin sunday yobo, okiko baibop. Amayom disin sunday yobo, okiko. Hey, amayom disin sunday yobo, okiko baibo. Amayom dis. This group of men and women, we are singing. What did that say? That music says electionary campaign music. They were singing in group, hitting the palm leaf on the ground. They were campaigning for Awolowo. They say if you want to vote, vote for the symbol of palm leaf, which is AG, so that the medicine of Okiko, that is Okiko, because Esik also call it Okiko. It's the same thing, to show you we are the same thing. Nothing different. So that the medicine of Okiko will die. That is NCNC will die. That was the day I began to have political awakening. I began to ask questions. 1963. I began to ask serious questions. I become involved into politics. I asked the meaning. Why? Who is Awolowo? Awolowo is from Yoruba. What happened to Azikiwe? The issue of Eyoita coming to play. The Awolowo and AG have taken advantage of the inordinate ambition of Azikiwe to remove Eyoita and to make himself to have a political base in the East, which he has forgotten for so many years. In fact, he came back from America. He didn't land at Onitsha, his hometown. He landed at Ghana. From Ghana, he began to visit Lagos. And from there was a manipulation. Of course, you know, in politics, so many things happens in politics. There is elimination series in politics. Eliminate this one and replace with this one. So the death of Herbert Macaulay, unfortunate death of Herbert Macaulay, who knows who must have been behind the death of Herbert Macaulay, gave Zik a standing point in politics. So he now become NCNC chairman. And from there, he have his political standpoint. And so, this is what happened from Azikiwe mistake of removing one of our brother, a professor then. We now lose our brother within the riverine axis. And that converted into the problem we're having today. Now, our politicians then, most of them, greater number of them are charlatans. Greater number of them have been bewitched by religion, Western religion. Bewitched, when I say bewitched, yes, because they don't even know what was happening to them when they adopted European religion. They don't even know what was happening to them. They don't know. There is also witchcraft in religion they brought to us. They never know. I'm telling you, honestly, there is witchcraft in religion they brought to us. That thing you see, they call Holy Communion. Today I want you to understand, it is witchcraft in disguise. They formulated that thing, they tell you it is Holy Communion. Through that means, they gave it to you, they steal your soul, and then they enter into you, begin to manipulate you. Anytime they want you, they wear you like clothes and begin to use you for their own political well-being. I want every Biafran that is listening to me this night, I'm making a very powerful information and a statement to you, for you to understand. Because we have suffered enough, and we don't know where our problem is coming. But Chukwokike have revealed to me how they roll, and what happened to us, how they tactfully use spiritual means to enslave us spiritually, so that we all and all our politicians become like a cloth. Anytime they want, they wear us and keep doing whatever thing they want to do with us. You think you are an Igbo man, you are going into politics, but you are doing another thing altogether. So this is one of the things they brought, why they brought religion to us. They brought all those things you don't even know. They tell you Christ told them that there was Passover and the 12 disciples gathered and they do this. They say, this is the blood of my blood. This is the cup of my cup. My body of my body. Where do you find such a thing in Israel? The tradition of
Mazi, sorry, before you digress more. Let me ask you, let me also just rechannel back. Why is it that Igbo politicians, right from onset, they made the bad policies or bad decisions that concerns us as a people? How do I mean? You can also remember that the person that helped Frederick Lugard to concoct that Nigeria, to impose that Nigeria, is Azikiwe's father. That is it's a historical fact, yes. Yes. So he is the person that convinced through normal Igbo smartness, convinced some chiefs or all the chiefs to sign something they didn't know. I think it's only Obong of Calabar or something of Bonny that challenged Obed and said, no, Ezekiel, I cannot sign this. What is written? Read it for me, let me hear before I sign anything. When somebody is interpreting for you or translating for you, he can twist anything he wants. Today, we all see that when it came to the caliphate, the Fulani, the Ahmad Bello, they were hell-bent on protecting their own people, their own zone. But Igbo politicians, right from onset, we are hell-bent on forming Nigeria. And being Nigeria. That is why they give us Nigeria as an identity. This is why I'm going to make this submission, national identity, another time. They seldom, that is, they hardly talk about our Igbo-ness or Biafra-ness. Never. Right from time, every Igbo politician, Nigerian politician of Igbo extraction, starting from Obed Azikiwe, Obedidom, all they talk about our identity is Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. Does it mean that our people, we don't sometimes I reason it, I say, which means our people, we don't understand politics. Is it primitivity? Okay, look at what Azikiwe did when he came back to Enugu. Don't you think that people should have resisted him and said, no, don't do this. Don't do this. Instead, the people will come out on this and say, no, 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 no. You should never remove a tie has been. He is our brother, so go, But because of sentiment, we are sentimental animals. They say, no, without calculating what this thing will cost in the future. All that matters to them is to gain this thing now. It's still playing today in the political arena. Igbo politicians, they are the worst politicians, the political class. So, please, if you are talking, go into that context also. Let us see here. Please, go on, Mazi, go on.
Okay. Reason why I mention certain things that people do ignorantly without knowing the consequences of it is because it takes two to tango. When Britain came, they first and foremost begin to study us. They study us for so many years before they begin to implement the idea of conquest. And the idea of conquest starts from spiritual conquest. They brought about the baptism. They baptize you. They give you a name of the ancestors. And then they tell you you have now baptized. They now give you what they call Holy Communion. And you look at it, you call it Holy Communion. You never know why they give you the Holy Communion and give you the name of the ancestor. Through that Holy Communion, the witchcraft, and when I say witchcraft, have been inserted into your mouth, and you swallow it thinking you are taking something. You have been initiated, your spirit has been taken over, they now begin to control you. And it happened mostly on our people. Go and check it, the name Obed, Benjamin, Michael, name them, all of them. All the whole army officers of Igbo extraction and Eastern Nigeria extraction that was slaughtered by Obasanjo, Gowon, Danjuma, and the rest of army officers from the north and west were all bearing Christian name. Go and check their name. Go and just check their name. Google and check their name. They are all bearing. That means all of them have been baptized, given ancestral name of Europeans. That is number one. They have changed you, changed everything about you, begin to use you, and they use you as a sacrificial lamb. They use you when the time comes, they kill you and remove you because they have an agenda. That agenda is how to conquer you. Today, the Igbo politicians are so useless that anybody who trusts an Igbo politician, anybody who goes into politics in Igbo land, and you, as a freedom fighter, have a trust on him, you are a fool. Because he will always disappoint you. He is governor, he is anything, he is way under Nigerian position, he is working for Britain because as far as Nigeria is concerned, that name was created by Britain for their own economical interests, and they don't want anybody to change it. Any attempt to change it will be met with serious destruction. Just like Thomas Sankara died by changing from Upper Volta to the land of upright men, that is Burkina Faso. They slaughtered him because that have removed the power of attorney. That power of attorney which they use in owning it from Berlin Conference of 1884-1885. That power of attorney is no more there. That is their property. You have changed the name of their property, so it no more belongs to them. So, if a politician, hello? Okay. All the whole politicians you see in Igbo land are all working for Britain, and all of them have soiled their hand. You can't trust any of them. You don't just trust any of them. Look at somebody like Zeke. Mr. Harold Smith says, during the years of Zeke gallivanting to form a political party and to go into election, that the intelligence agency of Britain have been following him around. All the posts, all the letters, all the telephone calls, they tap it, they know what you are doing. They know how much you are collecting. They know he set up a bank, ACB Bank. I hope that interview is a very big testimony for anybody who cares to know this thing I'm saying tonight. They are everywhere. So they know areas they will use in blackmailing him. And so you can be blackmailed, and if you go that area, if anything happens, this is what we use in blackmail, so that person will just calm down. So at the end of the day, 99.9% of Igbo politicians were all soiled their hand in the red oil, and then they are easily being blackmailed. That is why they are working for one Nigeria that will consume them eventually. Are you surprised that P2B is working for Britain? P2B and the Chinedu are in the same shoe. You may be surprised this night. P2B knows very well that he will not win the election because the election will eventually be rigged against him. But he is going there to be able to destroy the movement of IPOB, which in some way, in somehow, he succeeded a little bit because all the gullibles you see that they are calling themselves obedient are all people that were shouting Biafra, Biafra, Biafra restoration. Greater number of them are now talking about obedience, and they are all disappointed. While P2B has been invited to come for the inauguration, so to tell you, they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. They are all criminals in one line, trying to work for their own interest. Don't trust any Igbo politician. That is why we need to put more effort in getting Biafra, because Biafra restoration has an international conspiracy against it, because the whole world is benefiting from Biafra land and from Nigeria created by Britain, because all of them comes to steal there. You know, before 1960 handover to civilian administration of what do you call it, to Tafawa Balewa, that Nigeria used to have newsprint. We print our paper. We have our industry that produce newsprint. It's called. In those days in Calabar, in Itu, and all the rest of area, you have melina trees scattered all over. Melina tree, that is what you cut down, you use it, put it in machine, and the machine will break it down and pieces it, and you have paper, printing paper. You know that Okwiboku was sold to India, and the Indians bought that Okwiboku paper mill. They never printed any paper there. They just close it there, and then go to India, and then build the same melina there and continue to produce this particular paper, both newsprint, art paper, bond paper, and then be shipping it to Nigeria, and we are buying it. Yet we have biggest acre of land that contains this melina tree, and we have the factory that produces newsprint. So this is how much we have been sabotaged by this same Britain, because each time I'm talking, I said they gave me opportunity in 1981. I'm coming to tell average Biafrans who cares to listen. Our major problem is that Britain doesn't want to let Nigeria split. Even if we all will die, they don't care. They don't want Nigeria to split. That is why they have labored all over the world, every nook and corners of the world. If you say Biafra, they begin to look at you. This man want to spoil where we are eating. So the whole world now becomes beneficiary into Nigeria. That is our problem. And our Igbo brothers, whom we call our politicians, are the worst. You can't trust them. Whom do you trust? Look at the yesterday, what do you call him? Nyangodo, the man that went to congratulate Yesomwike for killing Biafran, for killing his fellow Igbo man, Igbo boys, Igbo youths, Igbo, burning their markets and every other thing. I saw him during that time. He led a delegation to Port Harcourt to go and sing Wike Kaigeso Mona. When he was chairman of Ohanese, he went there to congratulate Wike for killing his people. So these are the type of people. And then this man again is now talking about the burning of markets of Ndibo at Lagos because it is now Yoruba. He wants to instigate Yoruba. We need to have peace with Yoruba. Let me tell you, we need to have peace. You remember when our leader was around, he had been hammering it, that this particular problem between us and Yoruba is caused by Britain.
It's artificial. It's artificial. It is artificial.
It's artificial. It is artificial. And now they have brought it again. They have even tightened the hatred again by this particular Obi of a thing. Obi is a distractor. He was just put in there to create this enmity. Obi knows he will never win the president because election is rigged. If you cannot rig election, you can never be anything. Every election is rigged.
In Nigeria, yes.
Even in overseas, it is rigged. There is deep state. There is deep state. The thing they call deep state. People that determine who will be there in the office. Have you forgotten Emmanuel Macron and that lady? What do you call the lady?
Yes,
that was contesting that
Marie Le Pen.
Yeah, Marine Le Pen. Thank you very much. Marine Le Pen was so popular, but it was rigged in favor of Emmanuel Macron. You understand me? Election must be rigged. Forget that rigging. Is it Igbo name? Rigging is not Igbo language. It is rigging. So you have to rig. The first election in Nigeria, Britain rigged it in favor of the North. So what matters to Britain is their interest. They don't care about your life. Your useless life can go to hell. They don't care as long as their interest is protected. So our major problem, which we have to tackle, is how do we engage in this particular fight for freedom? If we cannot if we don't have the courage to use our mouth, pick up shit, and then split it on somebody's body, I don't think we will be able to go anywhere, because what is happening is that the more we beg, the more we talk, the more we say everything, they keep on looking at our weakness because they are not seeing any reality on the ground. They need to see reality on the ground. We don't need to kill anybody, but there are little things that matters we can do, and they will begin to respect us. Not on Sunday you go there and they put nonsense inside your mouth. You eat, you come here, you tell me you are fighting for freedom. You are not ready. Because what have you taken in your mouth? That thing will weaken you. The person that put that thing in their mouth telling you it's a holy communion have taken over your soul. He will manipulate you, make you to make wrong decisions. This is my own opinion. Our people have been bewitched by this. Remember the meaning of Boko Haram. I want to tell you, Boko Haram is the same thing we are talking. The same thing the Indians says, the same thing Japan says, that Western way of life, Western book, Boko is book. Boko, Western book, call it Bible, calling anything written by them, is haram. Haram is evil. Indian says that Western education, Western religion is haram. And they rejected it. Igbo man who is worshipping God directly, he's not even worshipping God. He is doing the will of God, because every other day he communicates with God before he leave his house. Remove himself from his God and embrace something that is so strange to him. And that he goes into it, they bewitch him. Change his name. Call his name Michael. Call his name Stephen. Call his name William. Call his name some name you don't even know. For example, when you answer William, you are answering the great father of English people. His name is William. The man that led outing from Saxon to France. He led outing with the entire people of his own people. They led outing. He led outing from Saxon. The name is William. And when they came to France, the king of France prevented them because they don't know if they are coming for war. They said, no, we are not coming for war. We want to cross to the other side of the ocean, of the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the channel. So they allowed them to stay between France area until they get prepared. But before then, William himself died there. When he died, his son took over. When finally they fortified themselves, they moved through that channel. That is why you have that English channel. That to remember to you the way they move to go and attack the indigenous people living in that place they are occupying today. They were not originally from that particular land they found themselves today. It was led by William, the junior William, Prince William, the original William that led the outing from Saxon, died in France. And then the son, now who is a prince now, took over and led the people successfully to go and attack the people living in that particular place. Because I read everything. I didn't come to Europe to make money. I didn't go to Europe to make money. Because already, when my father was dying, I was there. I'm not the first son, I'm not the second son. But I was there when he was dying, a very rich man like that. He died of hunger. And he died in somebody's house.
Really?
Yes, he died in somebody's house. Because he built mansion at Calabar. But when he come home, he didn't have any house in the village. So he died in somebody's house.
Mazi, okay, please pause there. Now, this thing you said now, because we always say that all these characters we have, most of it starts after the war. But here you are making this insinuation that look, your father, who is very rich, who migrated to Calabar, although Calabar is part of Biafra land, yes. But he didn't have a normal house in the village. But he has everything in that place. Which means all these things didn't start, right from after the war. All these things, Igbo men are free people. They go back home anywhere they are. I could remember my father lost his house in Port Harcourt. Although when he said he built the house he built in our land by emergency, when his own father, that is my grandfather, died before the war.
Yeah.
So he built it by emergency. That time on Pitakwa that time. You know? So which means this character, it is not something that started today. I'm just taking from what you are saying now. Can you explain a bit more? Your father has all these riches, but if he forgot to build it, is it? What does it mean? Please go on, please.
Now let me make some revelation, because when I say my father died. I want to say this thing for many people to understand that in Igbo culture, the first son supposed to be around whenever your father is sick, so that when he dies, he passes over to you. Now, when I was there, I was at the backyard, and they called me. They said our father is dead. So I came outside. I saw my father in the bed. They have already tied him out. I shouted to the top of my voice. I shouted. I called his name. He woke up again and answered me, and look at me, look at me, look at me, shed tears and die back and die again. So when he died, what I now discovered was by 1970, he entered inside me and began to use me to recover all his wealth. By 1970.
Mazi, can you explain more, please? Go on, please.
I want to say something this evening, very important. He entered inside me. By 1970, I opened laundry in army barrack. I started making money. By 1978, I have built a house. That house my father supposed to have built in the village. I have gone to part of his portion of land where he, and have built a very big house there. By 1978. I don't even know when I'm doing this. All the 12 children he has, I have given them, all of them, education. I don't even know what I was doing. By 1982 again, by 1982 again, I built another house again. In the same village again. Apart from that one, I did. By 1985, 86, I went to town. I continued building houses here and there. I don't even know what I was doing. One day, one of my brother came to visit me. He came to where I'm living. He saw a mansion. He said, brother, now I can know that, that means our father, the wealth of our father was transferred to you. That is what my brother said. I was shocked. I began to reason. That my same brother, I bought a big shop for him. I give him free of charge. All of them. I don't even know what I was doing. So to tell you, my father entered into me and recovered all that wealth. And all this wealth are in Igbo land. They are no more in Calabar. I only visited Calabar in 1979. I visited Calabar with 185. I drove that 185 with one of my senior brother. Visited that place. The Nigerian bomber fighters have thrown bomb there. The house have collapsed. Another person had built a different house there, that right there. So we didn't care to begin to inquire anything. So we come back home. So this is that my father has a reason of going there. It was not by accident. Something happened before he left there. And then because he was so prominent, he wanted to stay back there. The Biafran military were coming to our house as a prominent man he is. So there is no way of escaping because he wanted to go to the farm settlement and stay there. But they prevented him. They asked him to leave. They asked him to live with the children. In fact, I was the first person to leave all of them and go home and stay at home. Even though we don't have house there, I go to the sister and I stay with the sister before they came back home. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that the issue of our people going outside to build houses, we are good people. People are good, nice people. I must be honest with you. We are nice people. We are nice people. But Britain is using our niceness to make us look like fools, because they don't want people like us who would prevent them from owning Nigeria, because they know, for example, they allow 1959 constitution to last for only 16, and they overthrow the government, and then they brought in unitary government through Agui-Ironsi, and then they fought a war, destroy everything. After 3 years, the war ended. They allowed Gowon to serve for another 5 years. They overthrow him, put what do you call this man? Murtala Mohammed there. And Murtala Mohammed did so many things he did. Then overthrow him again, put Obasanjo. Obasanjo handed over to civilian, when Shehu Shagari was trying to tell Ekwueme how to develop Igbo land so that the people that are running away should come back home and say, they look at Shehu Shagari and say, man, if you go and begin to build port in Onitsha now, what will happen to Lagos? Obasanjo was instrumental. Remember, Obasanjo handed over to Shehu Shagari. It's the same Obasanjo that colluded with the rest of military and overthrew Shehu Shagari.
Mazi, please, hold on there. Let me come in. And so that you will also redirection of the talk. You know, in every of your statements, Obasanjo comes out also as one of the worst people, you know, which is you're right. But today, the same Obasanjo is who many of our people are hailing as a savior. Because he can come and pep talk, and talk, and people will cheer. So, this is a highly controversy. And I cannot call it ignorance. No, because ignorance is something that, lack of knowledge, you don't know. When you don't know something, you don't know. But it is high stupidity. Now, this Obasanjo, you have been talking about Obasanjo, of how everything. Please, I want you to go into more details about this Obasanjo. What really, how do you perceive, or how do you see that he really contributed to our demise as a people? Please go on.
Okay. Fellow Biafrans, I want you to listen very carefully. Obasanjo participated in the coup of 15 January. Obasanjo was there. He participated. Obasanjo participated in killing of Igbo army officers. Obasanjo participated in the war. When the war erupted, Benjamin Adekunle was sent to 3rd Marine Command, that is Port Harcourt area. When he was not doing something tangible, they removed him and then put Obasanjo there. And Obasanjo had been a good servant to Britain. God knows exactly what happened within him and Britain. But one thing I observe in him is that when he became head of state, because remember, he was part of the instrument that killed, what do you call him? Murtala Mohammed. He participated in the coup that killed Murtala Mohammed. Because he was used. Because Murtala Mohammed changed British petroleum to African petroleum. It was Murtala Mohammed that did it. And it did not go well in Britain. He changed, before it was BP. He changed it to AP. It was Murtala Mohammed that did it. He did so many things which Britain did not like it. Did not like. Because I said before, forgive me if I make a mistake in this English satanic language. As far as I'm concerned, that language is satanic. But let us begin to manipulate it to get our freedom. Doesn't matter. When we finally get our freedom, we will begin to develop our own language. And when we develop our language, we'll be speaking our language the way it's supposed to be. Because we have helped them to that language. And then everybody is speaking not knowing that language is doing even more harm to us than good. Now, this Obasanjo you see here, that Taliban thing, it is because They removed history from Nigeria school curriculum. That makes it the younger generation doesn't know that Obasanjo killed Igbo people killed the Biafrans more than every other army officer put together. That the same treatment we should be making to, what do you call him, Gowon, should be meted to Obasanjo. Obasanjo have through Peter Obi entered Igbo land and begin to talk nonsense. The other time, Soludo called him for 1 year anniversary, that he has made 1 year in office. I don't know why somebody people to be celebrating 1 year, and you don't have anything to show for that 1 year, and you gather a whole lot of people, begin to make speech, begin to talk nonsense, and then Obasanjo came there with Iwanyangu, and they begin to talk. He made reference to Iwanyangu, that Iwanyangu said something, that Biafra died 52 years ago, and he is confirming it there, and all the nonsense he was talking, and he was allowed to go out from there free of charge. It is very insulting for us to have allowed Obasanjo to come to Igbo land, having killed us, having not made any apology. He entered through P2B to come and begin to insult us.
Please, can you flash back? What do you think, or do you know about the relationship between Obasanjo and P2B, even when P2B was a governor, and when, I think it was during Obasanjo's regime that P2B was a governor, if I'm not mistaken. Am I? Please,
yes.
Their relationship. Yes. Anything you know about them, their relationship, please, go on.
You know, when the election that brought in Obasanjo to office, it was an election between Olufalaye and Obasanjo. But the military, who decided to annul the election of Abiola, decided to compensate the Yorubas for the death of Abiola, and then they asked the two men to contest, just for contesting sake. Already, election result had been prepared. Obasanjo was announced the winner. He became president. Olufalaye went straight away to come, because I voted for Olufalaye, because Obasanjo was called for television debate. He didn't go there. It was called monologue. Olufalaye debated alone. And then we trusted him, we voted for him, and he won the election. But he was rigged out under normal circumstances. Nigeria, any election must be rigged, because the candidate that the world government wants is the one they want to put in place, the person that can serve their interests. So they put Obasanjo there. Immediately Obasanjo gets in there, Obasanjo begin to sell the mandate, because it wasn't at the onset that P2B came in. I think it was second time P2B came in there. Can't remember exactly, but I think yes. P2B, the mandate that gave P2B was stolen by Obasanjo, sold to Esere Noga. Obasanjo sold that mandate to Esere Noga, and Esere Noga paid upfront to Obasanjo, because Obasanjo was very, very poor when he was made president. He couldn't manage Otafam. Remember how he come with Otafam? Obasanjo, when he was head of state, he developed a program that is called Operation Feed the Nation. Operation Feed the Nation. Under Operation Feed the Nation, Obasanjo promulgated a decree of land use decree. From there, government can now take a land and begin to build farm. So to start from his own side, he took up a farm through land use decree. to make it a very big, large farm. And so, Shagari, then the British government, who is controlling Nigeria, with some military, they say, okay, that very particular farm, since you have successfully handed over to civilian, it now belongs to you. That is how he owned that very particular farm. Now, the mandate that people would be supposed to have enjoyed was sold to SLN, and SLN Oga got that mandate and then pay upfront payment to Obasanjo. Then for Obasanjo to protect it to whoever that would be sold it to, now it was given to Ngige. Ngige accepted to become the governor under certain agreement that the Commissioner of Finance and Commissioner of Works should be given to SLN Oga and some other big offices.
Godfathers.
Yes. So Ngige accepted it. When Ngige accepted it, Ngige cannot abide by that particular agreement. So he went to Obasanjo, complained to him. Look, I don't know what this guy is doing. Obasanjo called Ngige. Remember that Ngige is an Anglican man. And then he called on him, say, what are you doing? Young man, politics is not about playing this way. You cannot be honest. Well, I will deal with you. Ngige was having that stubbornness in him because he wanted to develop Anambra State. He really wanted to develop Anambra State because by then, Anambra doesn't have any road. There is no passageway. Uguta Road, Sixth Avenue, Mpo Old Road, Newi, every other nook and corner, everywhere was pothole. Mpo Uno, Mpo Express, everywhere. Oka, there is no road in Anambra State. So he was interested, but if I give Commissioner of Works to this man, and then he uses the money for me to, because he paid money to Obasanjo. No, Obasanjo stood the money meant for Anambra State, the revenue allocation to Ngige. He didn't give it to Ngige. Ngige now decided to use eternally generated revenue to begin to build all the roads in Anambra State. That man was wonderful. He made us to understand that Anambra can build a city like Dubai from the internally generated revenue. Ngige did it. So while Ngige was doing this, he didn't concur again with SLN Oga. Then he went to Obasanjo. Obasanjo said, no, we have to deal with him. They removed his police security. Removed the entire police security from him.
Ngige's police security, right? As a governor.
Obasanjo removed it from him. So immediately they removed it from him. The first thing that happened was Ngige was kidnapped. Ngige was the first governor to be kidnapped. I want you people, whoever that is listening to me, to write this thing down. Okay. If you can record it, record it. Nobody had told you this thing before. Ngige was kidnapped. And entire people begin to shout and shout and shout and shout. How can you kidnap a governor? He was again released. When he was already in security, he went to Umuahia to go and meet Ojuzo Kalu. Ojuzo Kalu tell him, if you want to serve in that state and successfully do your tenure, you have to go to Uwazurike so that he will rent you muscle boys, which you have to use in protecting yourself. Ngige accepted. He went to Uwazurike. Uwazurike rented to him, I think, 5,000 men. 5,000 men. He rented to Ngige. This thing I'm saying, I am not exaggerating anything. I'm telling you, the people of Biafra today, exactly what happened in Anambra State. It is on record. Many people have forgotten. I am not 10 minutes or 15 minutes or this thing. I keep memory, even memory of 70 years ago, I keep them. When I'm speaking about the memory I have 70 years ago, I keep it, I will tell you accurately. I even seeing the face of people I have something to do 70 years ago. I see their face while I'm talking. Now, Ngige now brought this men with the agreement of paying them 10 million every month for their services. And they were giving Ngige the protection he needed. While this thing was on, Ngige doesn't again need anything like police. But Uwazirike was eating this money without giving anything to these boys. And these boys were now scavenging everywhere. They camped some of them at Omambala River, camped some of them at Ketako, camped some of them at Rojeni, camped some of them at what do you call this place? Ibaria area, some of them at Oka area, across Anambra as a whole. They camped all of them there. They were now giving security to Anambra. And then these boys now took over the security of entire place, begin to exaggerate the whole thing. So while this was on, there was serious security in Anambra State, to be honest with you. Now, when they see that Ngige is no more bothered about the police security given to them, taken away from him, Ethel Oga went back to Obasanjo. What do we do? Obasanjo now tell Oga, what we do, we have to review old system, the electoral voting system, which they rigged against P2B. They have to go and bring back the original document that make P2B used in winning the election, and then call P2B. P2B now went to Abuja, whatever place you call it, and they negotiated. Only God knows how much P2B paid for him to be giving back that very particular election result. So when he collected this election result, he now used it to go to court. That was the end of Ngige. They announced the original election result, which they rigged against the people, was giving back to him. There is payment, because nothing goes for nothing. You cannot be. Obasanjo knows that you cannot give you a governor, even to be a police GPO. There is money you pay. You cannot just be a police GPO in Onitsha or in a major city just like that. You pay millions of naira before you can make a DPO, talkless of governor. So he paid a lot of money before that very particular this thing was given to him. So he used that particular election result and go to court and won the election.
That's P2B now.
Yes, P2B. That P2B you see that speaks like Sarah's voice. People are deceived by that voice. They never know who is talking. Now, when he became governor, Ngige was out a little bit. Then the deputy, who is Etiaba, was there for a moment. After all said and done, Etiaba stole the little he can steal from Newi and left. P2B now entered the office as a legitimate winner of the election. When he got in, remember that already the security that was protecting Ngige are now Mossad boys filled every nook and corner of the street. In fact, they dismantled all the whole vigilante you have. You cannot call yourself a vigilante. They said they are now authentic vigilante, the authentic security in Anambra State. So they'll dismantle you and collect their guns from you. Now, P2B now told them, you have to leave me to govern the state. They said, how can you leave you to govern the state? Why don't you be giving us the money? They said, no, I'm not giving you any money. Leave me alone. I did not bring you people in. Please leave me alone. They say, So you mean we'll be stranded? He said, if you like, be stranded, or if you don't like, just get away from Anambra State. Get away. I am not interested in using you. I swear and oath to become the governor under Nigerian constitution. There is police there to protect me. Therefore, I cannot use you people. Of course, that is typically Igbo man brain. The money you give to them is not even your money. After all, last time he went to visit Gumi. And Gumi you went to visit told you that the northern what the terrorists are, what do you call them? Those terrorist groups you have in the north are northern
warriors.
Protectors.
They are their warriors.
Yes. But you people went to visit him. But these boys, who is your brothers? You tell them, no, he cannot do anything with you.
And they didn't even try to negotiate with them.
No, he told them he is not negotiating anything with them. He said, if you are not going, I will bring army. And then what happened? He went to Obasanjo, said, give me army. This boy said, doesn't want to leave me alone. Obasanjo said, Obasanjo told him in advance, if I bring army, you cannot control what they will do in that state. They will kill so many people. Is it not better you go and negotiate with these boys? He said, no. Obasanjo said, he went there several times. Now, what happened again was that during this time, there was something that happened in Onitsha. When Gideon Akaloka was killed in the north, you remember very well, was beheaded. There was so much feeling.
Yes.
Not Igbo people there, they acted. There was rioting. Some Igbo people were killed. Their body brought back to Onitsha. Some brought back to Aba. These Mossad boys were outraged. And they massacred not the Fulani, the Hausa people. Because even the Hausa people who were there living at Aba and Onitsha were escaping from the hardship that is caused to them by the Fulani lords, so to speak. Fulani rulership in the north. So most of them migrated down to the south. They were selling all their things. There were peaceful people. They are all peaceful people. I have not seen them at any day doing anything nasty. But when this thing happened, I don't know who instigated these Mossad boys.
No, it's a reprisal. It's normal. It's a reprisal attack. It's normal.
Okay. I'm just speaking normally the way I see the thing. So there was this reprisal attack and many Hausa people were massacred at Onitsha. And so when finally most of these boys that was massacred have their brothers in the barrack. So when Peter Obi now successfully brought in the army, Obasanjo now gave him army to come and begin to chase, because he first wanted to use police. These boys overpowered the police. They overpowered the police. Police cannot even match them. Then when this army was coming, it coincided when the Hausas were massacred in Onitsha. And what happened? Heaven let loose. The army was killing left and right and center. Any average boy they handle, they just kill you, go and bury you. There was mass killing. There was mass killing. I mean, because
this is the story. This story that led the story of Obi killing our people, dumping them in a river. Is it also?
Yes. This is exactly how the story started. You understand me? That time you don't go in the night. Once you go anywhere or towards Opiwek area, once any military, they handle you, just kill you immediately. They shoot you immediately. They don't look at your face. And most of the guys they kill was these rich boys who think that they are not part of the Mossad. They don't consider the Mossad. They consider everybody Mossad. They don't care. They massacred people. Thousands were killed. I mean, thousands. they did another reprisal over what the Mossad boys did. They massacred people. And then our leader, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, called Peter Obi. Why are you bringing military to kill your brothers? What is happening? That did not go well with Peter Obi and Ojukwu. They started having problems. Very unfortunate. The rest is history. Ojukwu died under the watch of Peter Obi. I don't know if you know this. For during his tenure in the office, that same man that raised his hand and declared him Apuga governorship candidate, he also died. He conducted the burial and every other thing. So, but God knows exactly what happened. Because during that time, Obasanjo gave Ojukwu, there one comment he made. Obasanjo gave Ojukwu one-way ticket to come to Abuja. He was to be arrested.
Yes,
and the entire
I could remember.
The entire student at Enugu, what do you call that, IMT, gathered in the house of Ojukwu and said, let Obasanjo himself come down here. That there's no way Ojukwu will leave this particular place and go to Abuja. So he was given a letter. God knows exactly what they did. Maybe because after the death of Fabiola, there was this Truth and Reconciliation meeting they had, where we know that there is a poison you can give to somebody. The poison that was used in killing Abiola, you remember? That Rogers, or what they call it, that man, that sharpshooter man, he said he went to American embassy to go and collect that poison that they use in poisoning Abiola. If you go and check that Truth and Reconciliation Obasanjo conducted, to see the testimony of those men, then they will now know that something is happening. Anybody they want to poison, they can easily poison him. So I also believe that Ojukwu was poisoned. And he suffered and died. Finally, he is no more. Then, this is how Peter Obi now ruled for 8 years without doing anything, virtually nothing. All he can boast of doing is abandoning Premier Brewery, going to build Hero Brewery at another site towards where you have a General Cotton Mill factory. Then they have abandoned that place. That is the area towards the side of Head Bridge. Went and built that very particular beer there. Then what again did he do? Nothing. He didn't even build a port, no housing, nothing, no road. Only that structure from Head Bridge to Zik roundabout. That's all. That double lane he built there. That is all. And you know our people, so stupid and gullible. They say, this man is more distant. They easily carried away. And so after 8 years, he spent in office, no industry, nothing was put in place, not even the so-called seaport. Ekwueme collected the money and went to use it to build a motel that made him to be jailed by Buhari administration. Went there and built only a jetty. Not even to revitalize it. And you remember when Yaredua came in, Yaredua continued with the system of Shehu Shagari because these men are from Sokoto axis. You see, the Fulani of Sokoto are different from the Fulani of Daura axis. They are very different set of people. And these are civilian people. He now commissioned to dredge River Niger. He was dredging that River Niger. There were so many machines in that River Niger during the time of Yaredua. He was dredging the River Niger to get it to Lokoja so that sheep can be passing through there. And so he made one statement that take away his life. That statement was this: that he want to abrogate land use decree. That land use decree that was made by Obasanjo, he want to remove it so that people can be able to sell their land. Since there is nothing like money coming from government to the people. Yar'Adua made that statement because I don't forget anything. In my house, I have 1,400 newspapers packed up to now. Newspaper. So I read newspaper from A to Z. Not that I just buy news, I look at the... No. In the night, I just put on light and read all the whole newspaper. Everything they say, who say what, I keep them. I don't sell. I don't take away the newspaper. I pack them. He's packing in my house now. 1,400 newspapers. So you can imagine that. So he made that statement. He want to abrogate land use decree so that people can be able to sell their land. Since nothing is coming from the government, immediately he made that statement. He was immediately poisoned and he died. So this is how Nigeria is being ruled. Nigeria is suffering from internal oppressors and external oppressors. Two things is confronting Nigeria: internal interest and external interest. So that is what we are getting through. Nigeria could have been a well-developed country for a very long time, but they don't allow it. 1979 to 1983, December 29th or 30th, 4 years. They have already conducted the election that will see the next of the next administration of Shehu Shagari and Shehu Shagari, including Sambakwe. But the same man that handed over to Shehu Shagari went again and overthrew the man and then bring it in Buhari. Buhari was not competent. They don't want to show themselves. They know that Buhari is not a competent fellow. And he was pursuing war against indiscipline and all that. If you remember that thing they did that time,
yes,
there was this destruction of illegal structure all over the federation. They say it's war against this discipline. Monday sit at home. Monday or Saturday, Saturday,
clean up.
Clean up. It was under him to show that he's working. Buhari is an empty brain, to be honest and candid. But they know. They themselves know. The same Buhari again. They brought in again, 2015. And the disaster is what we are witnessing today. So we have two problems: external interest and internal interest.
Okay, Mazi.
The internal interest will go outside and take external interest how to come in. And when they come in, they will hijack everybody and begin to pontificate who get what and who get who. Let me stop here a little bit. So you can ask.
You made the honestly startling revelations because we need to understand the politics around us. That is the reality. Otherwise, we are just like living by the day, just surviving. Not even surviving. We are just surviving. But when you understand things that are happening around you, the politics that is, or the policies and politics that is affecting your life and made you to be, because whether we like it or not, the policies being made by all these politicians is what is affecting our life, daily life. Whether we like, it doesn't matter. I'll say you're a believer. in Hindu or Christianity or Islam or anything. Oh, that you believe in God. Now lie. The policies that are being made by these politicians is what is affecting our daily life. So we need to come to grips to understand it. That is why in a real democracy, the people, you see, the people has power more than anything, because the politicians are very few, but they make policies that are affecting lives of millions of people. So what happens is this: if people are a country where people are, the population are politically conscious, they will never allow anything to go by, because it affects them. It doesn't matter how mundane. They will come up in order to oppose it or to support it. Don't you see what happened in France last few months? They protested. Only bringing back, reducing retirement age from 62 years, official age of France retirement, taking it back to 64 years, only 2 years. They said no. People, the whole country stood still. People came out to protest, even devastation. They destroyed many things. Yeah, because they understand these are living people, living population. People that are alive. Political, because when you can be seen as you are walking around, you are alive, but you are dead. Nigeria has a dead population, very dead population. They have been beaten to death, so that everything goes by. You see a population in a federation, what they call republic. Republic means for the public. You see people begging, we beg the president, the governor to do this. Who born you? You are begging as a people, instead of you rising up to take what belongs to you. If the government makes policies that are not tolerant, you rise up as a people and say no. If it comes to that, you can even destroy government properties. That is how it works everywhere. Now the government will know that we have a living people. They will go back. They will, go back in order to, pacify the people. But in Nigeria, everything goes. You see this comedians that fool now in the internet in Nigeria. Oh, everything they use it to comedy. Something that in other countries they have, people will go out to even burn down the politicians. In Nigeria, they joke about it and laugh over it. They prank over it. That is what gives the political class, the Fulani Caliphate, the hand they are using now. So that, anything they want is what they pull. Very few people. Our leader used to say, how many will they kill? In a revolution, how many will... Look, America threw a bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Atomic bomb. But that bomb, it doesn't matter how powerful it is. There were survivors in Hiroshima. There were survivors in Nagasaki. There were survivors in Japan. Not everybody died. You know that? It doesn't matter in a revolution when people come out to say, government, you kill, how many people can you kill? But Nigerians have been turned into a very dead people. People that everything goes. Anything that what you see people now you go change. I beg, as long as I can eat, I hustle on my own. The worst thing a people that could happen to a people is sentencing a people to hustling, daily hustling. That is the worst thing that could happen to a people, and that is what has happened to us as a people. Where everybody go and survive as an individual. Individual survival is the worst thing that can happen to a people. Sentencing everybody to go and survive individually. Instead of collective survival, government being in place, doing what government is supposed to do. I'm telling you. People now continue being, they can, dog eat dog to survive. You can sabotage as long as to make money. You can align with an enemy in order to survive. Individual survival mode. People can go to church and give testimony. Others died and only me remain. Hey! Let's see, what kind of evil is this that have befallen us? Mazi, you said it all.
Mazi, let me say another thing again.
Yes, please
let
go
me say
on.
something.
Because we are rounding up, I will open line just for few calls only. Very few calls.
Okay.
You go on. Just round up.
Let me just say something else. You see, during Obasanjo coming into second leadership, let me say so, because he ruled Nigeria from 1975 to 1979, handed over to Shehu Shagari. Then his second coming was after the annulment of June 12th, and after the brouhaha, the Abacha, the Abdul Salami, and every other thing that goes with it. Then he came back again. Do you know this kidnapping we are having today was invented by Obasanjo? Do you know that? Obasanjo brought in anything about kidnapping that you are having today, both in the north and in the south, was under that particular time of Obasanjo presidency. They tested kidnapping with Ngige. It is on record. I'm not just trying to accuse anybody. The Esere Dokubo was a Obasanjo boy. He was a Obasanjo boy. They were into trying to, play some fast game. It was a well-organized something to tell the northern part that this oil, we are in control of it and every other thing. They were into kidnapping oil, foreign oil companies. Yesterday, they call themselves Niger Delta Volunteer Force. What do they want? What do you want? They were kidnapping. At the end of the day, when Yaredua came in, Yaredua adhered to certain advice and then have a kind of a good arrangement with them. Some of them dropped their gun, and then some clever ones collected their guns. There was a boy that they called Papu. He was working with Desere. When they gave them amnesty, they didn't give him amnesty because he was an Igbo man. So he took up 911, disguised himself, packed so many AK-47 inside and brought it to Orifte. That day, he was doing kidnapping.
Sorry, and brought it to where? Brought it to where?
Orifte. His name is Ofaku. I'm not saying something that is strange. I'm just saying because people have forgotten this thing. For those who don't know what really happened, the guy called Ofaku at Orifte started kidnapping. In, out, left and right. And then during that tenure of Itobi, there was this series of kidnapping, and the guy was caught. God knows the rest thing that happened to him. But we were shown large quantities of arms. And they made confession that he was one of those that worked with. They failed to give him amnesty, so he came back with so many weapons. And so the rest is history. We don't know about him any longer. But the point I'm trying to make here is that Obasanjo is an evil man and should not be allowed to visit Igbo land again. If we should be able to tell Obasanjo that his many sins has been known by us, he shouldn't be allowed to visit Igbo land coming to make a speech. The same way we prevented Gowon is the same way we have to tell Obasanjo to his face. We are not fools. He killed us in numbers. He killed us in number. He cannot be our friend. He has never apologized. He and his master, Gowon. they're supposed to kneel down and beg the Igbo people before they begin to talk all the nonsense they are talking. Biafra died 52 years ago, when Biafra is more older than Britain, more older than European self. A country that have been people that may be existing for past 500,000 years. The other day I saw one of our lawyer. He went to Eri to go and take picture at Obu God. God is not the father of Ndibo. God came to visit his brother. Abraham, an Igbo man. Abraham, his name is, let me remember his name. I've forgotten that name of Abraham. But he's an Igbo man. He left from Igbo land to go that place. Forget about the Mesopotamia. They said, they tell you Abraham come from Mesopotamia, this and that and that and that. He is from Igbo land. He's part of our brother. That is why when God wanted to leave, he left again back to Igbo land. Their forefather came. He didn't make mistake. Blood is thicker than water. Ibeneme, that is Abraham. Ibeneme, original name of Abraham is Ibeneme. You may say, how do I know this? There is a revelation. When you have revelation, when you are very closer to your chief, when you are very closer to Elohim, he will tell you something that happened in the time past. He will reveal it to you. The secret of the Most High God is made revealed to his own loved one.
I think let us summarize here, so that I'll bring in colors, Otherwise, if we go into, we still have other days, in order to you will still have time.
So many things has to be revealed.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we shall go into a few minutes break, so that when we come back, the lines will be opened. Although we are late already, but I will just pick few calls. If somebody wants to make contribution or even ask question, there is no problem about it. But we must continue. Therefore, please, otherwise, if we do not go away, we shall be right back. Sorry, I don't know. I put this up. I don't know. But we must continue. Therefore, please, do not go away. We will be right back. Don't go away.
Nnamdi Biafra Igbo ọnụ ọgụgụ n'isi nke ha kpọrọ Census 2023 ụnụ ahụlanụ na ihe ahụ ejiri ree mbe ihe na-ekwesịghị ka ọ bụ ihe a zụrụ ya ha ebidokwala ya ọzọ. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ Biafra IPOB Indigenous People of Biafra Worldwide n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eme ka ụmụ Biafra niile dọrọ aka na ntị na ngwụgwọ ọnụ nke isi n'isi akpọrọ Census 2023 ga-ebido n'obodo abụ Naijiria n'oge na-adịghị anya. Anyị ji ohere a na-agwa ụmụ Biafra niile ebe ọbụla ha nọ, ịnọ n'ala Yoruba, ịnọ n'ala Hausa, biko lọtawa dịka anyị na-esi eme ya n'oge Ekeresimesi. Onye ọbụla ala Lagos agba achako, ugwu Hausa agba achako, ya dịka ebe agbara ọsọ abịala n'oge ahụ ka anyị nwere otu a lọtawa bịa gụkọta isi anyị ọnụ makwa n'oge anyị ha, n'ihi na amara imere onye kpọrọ gị asị pụrụ ọhịa. Anyị agaghị abụ chata ezi gachọrọ ka anyị ehie n'ezi ma ọ bụ tụrụ ka a ga-eji vụchi ivu, ọ dịghị ihe anyị ga-awụ ọtụ. Ebe ha kpọrọ gị asị na Lagos, oru na elekshọn ha achụpụ gị, oru na ihe ọbụla dị mma ha achụpụ gị. Ọ bụ nke a ugbu a ka a ga-eji tinye n'ọgụgụ ha si na Lagos rukwara nke a, Abuja rukwara nke a, ugwu Hausa rukwara nke a, na ha ka n'ọnụọgụgụ. Mba n'ọnụ ka anyị mụrụkwanụ na ihe lọtazie ka agụkọta anyị ka mba ụwa mara na ndị a niile na-achọ Biafra n'ọnụọgụgụ ha erika karịa ihe ha che na ọ bụ oge anyị ga-eji were mara ihe. Oge sensus a biko ọ dị anyị mkpa unu mara ihe unu ga-eme, n'ihi na igurube na-ekwu ekwu na-eripịa osisi. Ọ na-abụ anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ya agba ụfụfụ, onye ọbụla emekwala anya ụra na nke a latawanụ n'ihi na mba ụwa ga-eji amara ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị makwaranụ ndị na-achọ ya. Census 2023 oge anyị ga-eji degharịa ihe a British dere banyere ọnụ ọgụgụ anyị. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị akọ, emekwala anya ụra na nke a n'ihi na ọ dị anyị mkpa. Lọtawa, ịdị anyị mkpa isoro ụmụnna gị n'oge ngụkọ ọnụ a ka anyị mara oke anyị ha, ka ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eke oke amara mmadụ ole a ga-ekenye oke. Nwanne, o ruola n'omume o, a sịkwala na anyị agwaghị. Census 2023, Nigerian Census 23, mgbe ụmụ Biafra ga-eji laa n'ala ha ka agụkọ ha ọnụ mara oke ha dị. Ebe onye bịara abịa na-adịghị egbu nkwụ ọkpụlọ, ọ bịara abịa ejideghị akụ flawa o. Ozi a ka anyị na-ezikara gị bụ nke si n'aka ndị Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB na-abịara unu ọnụrụ ka ala ibe.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and with me is Mazi Ezekulie, a veteran indeed, who is here with me making some startling revelations, because we need to know all these things. Therefore, our lines are now open. Our lines are now open. Our direct line, our direct number is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have callers lining up already. Let me start by this first caller. Please, you make it as brief as possible because I will just take only few calls, please. Caller on Signal, you are the first caller. Can you hear me? Perry White, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan, good evening, sir. My name is Mazi Fanyi. I'm calling from my location. Daddy, our veteran, Daddy Udodrege, I pray Machuko Kabiama give you more long life for you to live and educate and give us more revelation about this our evil politicians. Mazi, once again, I thank our HODs and also I greet our leader, Mazi Nandukalo, the prophet of our time. Mazi, yes, what our veteran said is true. Mazi, I'm almost killed during that time of P2B, Mazi. I'm telling you the fact, even that time, these zoo soldiers, they are even not only seeing people, killing people. Once they see any mark in your body, they will gun that person down. And in fact, you know, most of our tribe, in our tribe, we always have some mark, which is different from other tribes. Are you getting me? But you see these bamboos and monkeys, once they see any mark in your body, your own is gone. During that time, P2B killed a lot of people. A lot of youth was wasted in Anambra. Even strangers, even the indigenous of Anambra was wasted. Everywhere there is a kind of fear and everything. Even my younger brother was forced to leave and travel to village. All my brothers. Mazi is very, very terrible. But I thank you, all their secrets must be revealed so that people will know that that man called P2B, he can never, in short, he's an evil man. Then just bring that man to distract us. But Chukwu can never allow that man to succeed. Biafra or nothing. Mazi, let me drop from here. Let me not go long. May God bless you, Mazi Jonathan. May God bless you and give you strength so that we can control piloting and educating our people. Let me start off from here. Once again, thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you.
Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on. Go on. No time to waste. Please go on. What happened? What happened to the direct line caller? No, I don't know. Calls are flooding in. Caller on whether it's the phone is blocking. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. When calls are too much, these phones they start blocking. Caller on WhatsApp. WhatsApp. You have been there for, let me see how long. Okay, go on. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Please go on. Go on. No time to waste. Please go on. Go on, please. Just few minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mazi, am I coming out?
Mazi, go on, please. Go on. If you are not coming out, I will tell you. Go on, please. Go on. Goodness. Please, there is something I would like to correct, please. If I pick your call, stop asking Mazi, am I coming out clear? That is a question that is not necessary to me. Because if you are not coming out, I will let you know. Direct. I don't know. Calls are coming in from every angle, please. Caller, you dropped. I don't know. Go on, please. Go on. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you go on, please? Caller on WhatsApp. Ganiru. Mazi Jidofo Ganiru, please.
Okay, Mazi, good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you. My name is Mazi Jidofo. I'm so much impressed by this very evening program, and I think our veteran is a living library. There are some speakers.
I'm very, very sorry. I don't know what is happening. The thing just change and pick another caller automatically. Hey, caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? No. This one is reconnecting. Caller on signal. Just hold on again. Let me pick this caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on. Caller on direct line. Ndewo Mazi. Ganiru, please. Bopu yoso. What is happening? I cannot understand. Caller on signal. Please go on. Let me see. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Mazi, I can hear you loud and clear.
Ndewo Mazi. Go on, please. Go on.
Yeah, good evening from me, Mazi Jonathan.
Ndewo.
My children, bless you. We've missed you for a few days now. But I thank God today you are alive once again. Our brother that are educating us this evening, we want to say a very big thanks. Keep on bringing this revolution that our people will continue to know what happened to our people, because it is really, really horrible. I have learned a lot this evening for what you have taught us through this Radio Biafra. Mazi, please, I just want you to allow me to make this important announcement. It's one of the reasons why I called. Please, I will just make it very fast. Fellow Biafra lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi. I'm calling from Austria, and I serve the Indigenous people of Biafra as IPOB Austria National PRO. We are inviting all families of Indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Austria family, and also well-wishers to join us for this ESM fundraising. It has been approved by the DOS
And the ESM fundraising is going to take place on 29th of April, 2023. And the time of this fundraising is 6 p.m. Biafra time. Once again, the ESM fundraising in Austria is going to take place on 29th of April 2023, and the time is 6 p.m. The venue of this fundraising is Zoom Media Chat. Please, if you have a pen, write down the ID number. The ID number is 8793184480. I repeat, ID number 8793184480. And the passcode is MNK, which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in capital letter MNK. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the passcode. And our guest of honor on that day is Mazi Abani, IPOB European representative, is going to be with us on that particular event of this fundraising. Our brother Mazi Chinedu, IPOB Vienna Zonal Coordinator, is going to be part of the moderator, and the moderator also is going to provide the affair of that day. Mazi Obinna Metusala Metusala is going to ask for the program for the fundraising. And please, we are begging every IPOB member to make yourself available in this fundraising of ESM, because these men and women have done a lot for us. This is why our land is secure today. And the second one quickly is on 1st of May, which is going to be on Monday, a public holiday. IPOB Austria is calling all of us of freedom for our first march, our first protest here in Austria. Is going to take place in Linz. It's going to take place in Linz, not in Vienna. So all road is leading to Linz on 1st of May. Most of us that are coming to this protest, we know where we used to gather, and our meeting point is Gold Garden. It's not far from train station. Immediately you come down from train station, just ask anybody around you. They will tell you where Gold Garden is, just 50 meters from train station. Please, all zonal coordinators, it's mandatory that we must educate our people the reason why all of us should be heading to Linz on 1st of May. Because the Austrian television is going to carry this protest, and all their parliamentary members are going to be also in this on that day live to see why we are letting them to know that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still being held in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria under the DSS that is holding our leader. Despite this man has been discharged and acquitted, they are still holding him. Please, we must make this protest a worldwide protest so that they will know that our leader is in the hands of these people. And the time is 8 a.m. in the morning. We are gathering in both gardens 8 a.m. in the morning. Please make sure you be there, and as you are coming, come with our regalia and your flag. And as you do so, may God bless you. Mazi Jonathan, thank you for giving this opportunity to make this important announcement that is going to take place here in Austria. Thank you, my beloved brother. May God bless you. I hang up from here. Thank you.
Mazi. Thank you very much. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go. Know what is happening to this direct line. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. On please. Call Chineke Caller on WhatsApp, can you off your radio and talk to the whole world, please? Off your radio. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? You are not ready to speak. Caller on Signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jonathan, can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you. Don't go, just 2 minutes highest.
Jonathan. Jonathan, all the money make a Biafra. That's the veteran. Biafra all over the world. Apparently, any local government show. I know why we are distant, but don't know another. I will start teaching. How people come out, how do you English? I will get Chris come up from over. Over in America, over. I see 2 months with the no bad start. And then when I'm not on the great yard, I get it to be. Anything of I get it, there's a veteran. I want to hear who get out that night. We recognize any. We have our own women. When I have their own women. That's right. Pretend have their own women. Then I'm Jonathan. I want to say. Let's get it over. I say. What can be my double time? I said, I'm the car. What's the quality? Jonathan, let me get the quality. Go for it, monkey. Why not? Go for monkey. I said, Jonathan, you can have how I would do it, the ones on the pretend and trust the dead. I'll follow. That's any church. I think you're the veteran. Stop trying to condemn my issue. I'm telling you guys the Jonathan. But I could tell you the Jonathan. When I start, we'll do this. With the any job to try to take it. We tell us that brought that I mean. When you come on, keep on. I'm a kind of jacket. Everywhere Biafra, anywhere you are on this earth, as long as you are present generation, this Biafra, they will be that. USA, Igbo Congress, and America. I don't understand the Igbo, yeah. Anyway, I don't have a pretend. I pretend they will pretend. How would you people, how would you pretend the power? How to pretend today? That's what I was. Only what is it that to pretend I'm going to be dead. Who am I going to hold that? Okay. Beto, Toluto, okay, Bato, only me there. Sabotage, I said that I did. Only one another dead. Only you people are so, we are so far don't say enough. That's what I want to say that, you know, that's what I only that, you know, I get that to get up at night. And I told him, oh, man, I'm not going to go shit. That's what I was. My commander left, they were like, voila. Okay, but I shot that I say about. I'm not saying that pretty. I'm catching up a ton of bang on. We'll talk to the banga. To go to Tapiam. They told the young president of the Kanu to Kanu.
There were Mazi. There were.
They do not tell the pop. I do call out with them much in the world. You're not what someone is telling you which go to Tapiam. Now, the guy said, I would tell you that I had to have an email on the prayer. No, yeah.
There, woman, thank you very much. Caller on the direct line is Cotton. I don't know. They are filtering it mostly from the zoo. They are filtering it, honestly. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Please go on.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. Mazi, I want to contribute to this Anekuna Balia, which I learned a lot. And I thank Chukwuokike for keeping our veteran alive. It's a living library to us as they continue to expose the secrets of the enemy and janjaweed, even our own people. All they very good. Now, if I'm watching you, Mazi, I want a suggestion first of all. Or the possible, most of these our politicians in our granting her interview via Radio Biafra, if possible. Because why did you put this thing? The reason why did you make this suggestion?
Mazi, let me say something here. Hello, Mazi. In Anahem Neku. Is it people on the Indian People that are afraid of any slightest thing concerning Biafra, na radio Biafra. Even immediately. Only that.
More reason Nji will make this very suggestion. Because why Nji make a suggestion, I could remember SZF as of 2021, 2022. He was busy on every radio interview, telling them
what is this? Let me see whether I can bring our brother back to summarize what he was saying, because the thing went off by itself. Yeah, Mazi, please continue. Just round up, continue.
Boka, Kapo Tagudin outside again. Because I cannot be able to hear SZF again on interview upon all the things that very young that man said before the election, how they want to bring new Nigeria. I've never heard him anymore in any interview again speak. So I made this very suggestion: can we get all these politicians out? So, although not the possible, I will be much happy for such move to be taken toward this very movement. And again, this our prank makers, all these our brothers, or any mechanism they will need to put in place to checkmate these people, because as an anabara uzo weremba or direshi, these our prank makers and comedians, they are damaging the brain of our people so much. Although no any move we can take on this set of people, they take that very drastic move on this set of people. How human being in a user of force, it can never change. So the second one. Then third one, what our veteran said concerning Holy Communion. I supported this as in all the 100%. Ihe and being a mad wish. On all the Gogan service in Ugu Hausa. The first thing I'm gonna force to give Brukutu and this what is it called? Fura de no Itiana Calabash. I begin to ask myself that very particular time, why is it that everything, the first advice are jogging a go fura la it test go fura. So is the same thing, this is as the same thing as what our veteran is talking about, the Holy Communion you see. And I wish and what wish for ya on. So these two suggestions make leadership get never. Finally, concerning how our people can protect the Biafra land, which IPOB are putting their effort towards that. But I don't know or any other means in which we can be able to work. Because why all these politicians now for such interview? Because have feel open. The same way in the security, if we can adopt that move that way again, based on agreement and based on discussion, as or you get weapon fear from most of our politicians to speak up. So Mazi, if when he can contribute today, I learned a lot from this very evening program, and we continue to pray for Chukwu Kabiama to give our veteran life, life upon life. Their voice on Radio Biafra. Thank you so much, Mazi.
You know, the issue about saying protection of our so-called politicians of Igbo extraction. Once a politician of Igbo extraction, he always say he swear allegiance. They know what they are doing. as a leader, if you are a real leader, is supposed to, lay his life. That is leadership. If you are there for the goodness of your people, you should be ready to lay your life to protect your people. Is it not what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is he not in the enemy's dungeon? Is he suffering for himself? He's suffering for us. Do you remember one time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu used to preach it? He said, if these people, these politicians, Igbo politicians, if they are really ready or doing something for our collective interest, come on, we will give them protection. You see, our people are ready to die for you. That is the thing. But they are mischievous. They know what they are doing. So you cannot go and protect somebody that is killing you. You understand? So that is it. Mazi, you want to say something before I continue, because I will just pick 2 more callers, which they are already.
Okay. Mazi.
Yes, before I
I'm very happy this evening. And I will.
Sorry, not. I say whether you want to say something. This is our brother Kuro. The callers have said, because I want to pick more 2 calls.
Let us not forget those prodigal sons. Don't bring them here in Radio Biafra. They are not part of this radio, because they will come here to play their game of deceit. They are all bewitched people. They cannot have anything good to say to us. They will always lie to cover all their evil doing. Let them not be invited here for any reason. They believe in Nigeria. Nigeria that is not for anybody. Nigeria that have keeping us in darkness for so many years. Confused. No, that would be a very serious noise making. Thank you. Towards the end of it all, maybe I will summarize and then
Okay. Just one more call. Caller I don't know. I want to pick call on direct line, but it's cutting if I pick a cut. I don't know why. Caller on signal. Can you hear me, please? You are the last caller, please. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Mazi Jonathan.
Welcome to the program.
Mazi. Fellow Biafrans, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, depending on where your domicile. Mazi Jonathan, I thank you very much for the good work you are doing for us. I also thank our veteran, Mazi Zekunie. Mazi, you see what our veteran just said. My dad is also a veteran, and he's still alive. Most of the things he used to tell me is almost what our father Ezekune is telling us. Now, I want to give credit to what he said about Mazob and Pitobi in Anambra State. I was in Okpoko. Any person that knows Anambra State very well knows that Okpoko, St. Luke's Anglican Church Okpoko, is where the heat took place. Mazi, those times, just as our veterans said it, that is how they used to kill our people. Now, let me not take much of our time. Coming to the issue of this this Ofaku that you made mention of, Mazi, I must tell you that our veteran is a living legend, and he doesn't forget issues, even at his age. Mazi, I was working in Anambra State Police Headquarters when Ofaku was caught, and it is exactly as he said it. That is the way it happened. Mazi, I don't want to take much of our time. Let me just leave it here. Thank you, and God bless you all for this good work you people are doing for us. We must restore Biafra, because without Biafra, we are nothing.
Of course.
Thank you. All hail Biafra.
All must hail Biafra. Without Biafra, we are just like roaming aimlessly in Nigeria. Do you see how during election time they will they will tell you go to Onitsha, go to Aba, go to Owerri, go your home, go southeast. They disenfranchise you. But now census is coming. They say no, you have to stay and you have to stay and be counted wherever you are. Do you see how they play around with us as slaves, as people without form and void, people that you can push out. All these insults, and our people are taking all these insults with with patience and pride, or what? I cannot understand. Mazi, please. Make your parting statements, please. Let us close the program. Please, Mazi, go on, please.
Yeah, fellow dear friends, thank all of you this evening. Mazi, God bless you and give you more strength. I love what you are doing in Radio Biafra and all the presenters. I'm so much addicted to Radio Biafra, I can tell you. Start from morning, Chineke and South Africa. I listen up to Ike Peters, Mazi Alozie, Mazi Banali, and each evening I always expect to hear your vibrating voice. God bless Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, the incarnate of Ndiche. God brought him to restore Biafra. There is nothing the world can do about it. Let them conspire. They have stolen enough from Biafra land, and if they want to steal more, they will perish there. Of course, they are perishing. You can see, they are fighting themselves all over the place just because of that very particular dot you see there. That is why the world is in trouble, and they will continue to be in trouble. Biafra is the center of humanity, and we must restore Biafra. Whether they like it or not, then we must restore Biafra. Ihe ọzọ m ga-asụ asụsụ Igbo bụ okwu a m kwuo ya, onye na-anụ Igbo nụrụ ọfụma. Asị onye ga-ahụnụ hụchakwa ahụcha, maka ejikweghị mkpirisi osisi were na-anya uduku akpa. Ejikwa ha mkpirisi osisi were na-anya uduku akpa. Ya wụ ilu. Onye na-anụ Igbo nụcha ihe m kwuru ọfụma. N'ihi gịnị? Oge eruo na mgbe a ga-ebido ime ihe dị agha. Ọ bụghị igbu mmadụ. Ụkwa n'ịkpa aghara. Mana o nwere ozi a ga-ezigara onye na onye ọbụla. Ịmara mgbe Maazị na-ekwu okwu ọ sị, I need 100 men. And eche m na 100 men ahụ apụtana. Egwu anyị eruo mgbe a ga-akpọrọ shi n'ọnụ. Onye obi ga-ekwe ya akpọrọ shi n'ọnụ bụọ mmadụ. Ịkpụ shi n'ọnụ, kwe na ihe wụshi. Ịkpọrọ ọnụ ilie obi kpọrọ shi n'ọnụ. Were bụọ mmadụ. Ya mara si ihe ị na-eme doro anya. Na ị ga-eberu enwebe mmụọ ịkpọrọ shi n'ọnụ bụọ mmadụ. Ndị anyị na ha na-eme ihe ekwekweghị ekwe. Ha ekwekweghị ekwe. They don't want Biafra to be hard. They must allow us to govern ourselves. Biafra must be restored, whether they like it or not. If not, they will kill themselves. They will slaughter themselves over this Biafra they are trying to prevent from not being a nation of itself. So let us continue to be resolute, to be straightforward, not wavering in our mind. If you call yourself a Biafran, a freedom fighter, don't have a double mind in what you are pursuing. We are fighting a just cause. it is not illegal for one to seek for independence of himself. After all, United Nations said it before. Self-determination is enshrined in their constitution of the world body. Therefore, it is not a sin for us to seek for independence of our great nation, Biafra. So I'm encouraging every Biafran who are listening to me this night, please have a focus. And please don't ever, if you call yourself a freedom fighter, you have to free yourself from Western religion. That's number one. Once you can free yourself from there, then you can be a good freedom fighter, because you cannot be choked with that particular yoke of subjugation. It is a spiritual subjugation. Once you are captured spiritually, physically, you are taken as captive. Therefore, you have to reject everything, just like the other people call it Boko Haram. This is our own type of Boko Haram. Boko. The Western religion is Boko. It's haram to us, because they have used it so much to manipulate us and make us to look stupid and fools. And they slaughter us at will. So this time around, we have to reject every rejectable and boycott every boycottable that is necessary. That is what Mazi Mbonu Ejike. Next time I will talk about Mazi Mbonu Ejike and Ozombambadiwe Agadabashinonuzweligwe. I will talk on that so that you people will know, including Kanu idiom, so that we will also make a revelation on that area, because so many people doesn't know a man called Mazi Mbonu Ejike and what he stands for. So fellow Biafran, thank all of you this evening for listening, and may God give you abundant blessing and memory to remember today. Those little things you were able to listen, and the information you got this night, memorize it and develop it inside you so that you can be able to lead, it can be able to lead you to other things. Also, you can also be part of this particular memory, because this memory, once you go into it, as I have said something this evening, you get into it, you begin to move your mind so that you can be able to have a revelation also and be able to be part of contribution towards this particular program. Thank you, Mazi. God bless you. May Elohim keep all of us till we meet again.
Thank you very much. I've kept you so long, of which you shouldn't be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Dear friends and lovers of freedom, this is where I'm going to end the program. But before that, let me say this. We continue this our phone call and Twitter campaign, please. Phone call and Twitter, worldwide phone call and Twitter campaign is bearing fruit. People should be calling every blessed day according to the stipulated time zones, please. What we are doing, this is not being inside the bush as a physical soldier. Suffering rainfall, being entrenched for 2 weeks without being able to go outside. Because I have one of my uncles that was a Biafran soldier. Then sometimes, our land is rainy area. Sometimes they can be inside trench for many days, if not weeks. Many flood water, flood with food there, reaching, you will be gasping for your nose to come out for you to breathe. Because you don't dare raise your head. Your bullets are flying everywhere. Bullets. My bomb, mortar, everything. So, in this case, most of us are in our comfort zones doing this fight, which is also highly effective because of the time. What I said before, humans evolution of a human being. What worked before it might not work now. The way things were done before, it might not be the way things are done. If you look at the 1940s, 1930s aeroplane, 1930 aeroplane, 1940 aeroplane, the aeroplane that Azikiwe used to travel to America, the aeroplane that the Queen of England used to come to Nigeria, I think in the 1950s. If you bring out that aeroplane today and tell people to enter, nobody will enter it. You understand? But that time it was the highest. The humans evolve. There are things you do, according to the time we are, you start doing it in a different way. And that is what we are doing. Things change. I could remember this Peugeot 504. Enter 55. That time I honye buya. Hey! Odeka asin na AC because they make noise. AC. Man, now we waited that Peugeot 504, 505. Dash, I guess, dash. You will say thank you. I don't want. That is, the world changes. And we change with time. That is human being. Now, if you can obtain something, the same way you shoot bullets before the no user, now all these calls are they become more effective. Radio Biafra, social media, through all these places, we create awareness. You understand? This cause is direct to these people. Imagine in an office, a White House. In the White House, every second phone is ringing. As this one is ringing, it's ringing. As he's answering, he's hearing another calls coming, floating in. When he pick the same request, I'm a Biafran. I want to notify to you that the same thing you read, another person, the same thing, the whole day. Then we say, but these people, what is happening? Do you remember when we invaded the BBC? What happened? They came up to say something and they made mistake. They tried to go and do documentary, which we pushed them on the Fulani terrorists, and they made mistake. They went and met 101 with terrorists, which they have been tracking for 7 months. They have been with him 7 months. They are a world-renowned terrorist, and he attracted condemnations from everywhere. Oh, so BBC is trying to push terrorism, or advertise terrorists. That is it. So, we are just like ants. Once I make invade, some China trouser again are baginike. Some also now everywhere. That is our who IPOP is. Honorable one now one also. Anything we are doing, we do it as a group, a locus. We invade you. You must make mistake, or you must respond to us. BBC that time even invited, they wrote me letters, invited me to their debate. But I was unable to attend. I'm telling you honestly. Because of personal reasons. So, that is what we are saying. This phone call and tweets, it is highly effective. We continue telling the world. They don't want to hear our cry, but we continue crying. We continue telling them their sin in their face. They committed genocide in Biafra. Biafra genocide is the only genocide that is not recognized in the United Nations. Courtesy of Britain. Anytime it was brought up in the UN, Britain pignoya like this. For your information. The fear of what is adding to the fear of Britain, let me tell you. They believe that if Biafra comes, that we are going to sue a hell out of them. That they are going to pay reparations. Until that they will sell British Island in order to pay Biafra reparation. That is their main fear. But we are telling them to be courageous. Act like a man. Act like a human being. And accept your responsibility. That is the only thing. Nothing more. Now we move on from there. After all, Britain supported the apartheid and labeled Mandela a terrorist for many years. Kept him there. But after, what happened? Life moves on. That's it. But we want to be given that dignity, that human being dignity of being able to control our life, govern ourselves in our own way, not being imposed an identity they want us to be, something they want us to be. It is very, very sad. It makes us look less human than them. That's why I understand that is why Mazi made this comment that look, you must remove yourself from this imposed foreign religion. I know many people might not understand it. It is not about talking against any religion, no. But what we are doing is for our own good, our own goodness. Something that will make us to survive, to live as a people. Not living the life they want us to live. There is a difference between what they want us to be and what we are as a people. Britain is changing our nomenclature. Look at how we are being sentenced into individual hustling, individual survival. Everybody go and survive as many of us, most of us, many Biafrans, many Igbo people, many Nigerians don't even know that the government has a role to play in your life. People don't know. They don't know that government should, that government should help you as a human being as you are living. Because that is why they are there. But they have sentenced us in a way that a Okorocha came and built a roundabout. Hey, any governor or senator or president that builds, people start praising the person as if he's doing it with his money. It is not ignorance, it is stupidity. Because ignorance is a lack of knowledge. Sometimes, due to lack of information, maybe genuinely you lack knowledge, but sometimes it's stupidity, gullibility. We ask the obedience to rise up and do their thing. Defend what you believe in. That is the only thing we are asking for. We don't ask for much. Defend what you believe in. That is it. If you are not able to defend what you believe, to die for what you believe, it is better you don't believe in anything. Stop disturbing people. Oh, we have a structure. Oh, I could remember before the election, we don't hear word from all these bloggers. Hey, obedient, where is your structure, I ask? If you have a structure, rise up, activate it, and rise up and do something to defend what you believe in. What they denied you. Do you see where we are more than you? We are IPOB. We are ready to die for what we believe. Are you ready to even defend what you believe? Not even dying. Defending. No. Once everything was ready and you disappear into thin air. And another 4 years you come to disturb people. You see Reverend Fathers trying to beat people that doesn't have PVC. Where are those people now? I ask, where are them? Oh, if you don't have your PVC, don't call my name. Don't come to my house. Where are those people? Or are you going to come out to apologize to people for deceiving them into taking PVC? You were thinking that their PVC counts. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been warning you. Radio Biafra has been warning you for many years. And we allowed you to do, for you to know, to confirm once again, because it is not about first time, to confirm that your PVC doesn't count, and you have seen it, and you have disappeared into thin air. I bet that you don't disturb people again. You keep quiet forever and join what we are doing. That is the only thing. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our identity. I am very, very sorry or apologetic for people that come mostly on direct line. I don't know. I think the direct line was filtered. I don't know, because calls come mostly from Nigeria. Calls come, but no way. If I pick, it cuts. If I pick, it cuts. Many calls I picked, it cuts. Tomorrow is another day. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. From here, just simply good evening.
Gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwa unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime. Ọ sị m nọọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọsọ unu binye enu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwaanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri ndị aba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'ike o juru nwaanyị aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola. Nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Ọya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi Ọhamadike. Ọhamadike bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ. Otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya. Nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike. Napụta ya na Eke, napụta ya n'Orie, napụta ya na Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu gaa napụta Nnamdi Kanu na Eke, napụta ya n'Orie, napụta ya na Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma. Ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha. Chukwu okike abịa ama onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị Eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na Eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ. Eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ. Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra. Oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị iro ya ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọ kwara ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu? Asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị iro ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọ bịara igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya. Onye sị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye sị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ anyị iji wee kwuo ya dịka ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m ya bụ onye ahụ na-atụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla, asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na belede nyiri dike belede ka o ji amawa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose enu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwado nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya asị m na eje anaba isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwi asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụrụ eje nkụ asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo na ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka ha nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka ha nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka ha nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 26th day of April 2023. I'm very sorry for coming late. I think almost 1 hour late or later than usual, which is my fault. I apologize. But we must continue because today we are live and direct. Tata bụ ụbọchị ọgụ ụbọchị na isii n'ọnwa nke nọ n'afọ 2023. Tata bụ ụbọchị eke. For you to understand that we are here live and direct. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies onto this hallowed platform. You can put your enmity at bay and invite people to listen to this hallowed platform that is instituted in order to preach the gospel of emancipation, the gospel of freedom, the gospel of liberty. Because life without freedom is meaningless. You can be anything you want. You can be very rich, you can be, but without liberty, without freedom, it means nothing. Therefore, as Mazi said, which I am who I am with also today, that quotation, that freedom is more important than life. I agree totally with that statement. Because once you are not free, as we are not as Biafrans in that zoo called Nigeria, you can hustle and make your money, build up your life. Everything will go up into we just vanish in a twinkle of an eye. They will burn it down. They will kill you. They will destroy it in a twinkle of an eye. I could remember, I think 2020, when one Igbo man's motel or hotel, something Alfa Romeo or something like that, was brought down in a broad daylight. The building with the whole materials equipment was brought down with a caterpillar in Abuja. That's it. And he was crying that, oh, you need justice. You get justice in Nigeria because you're a slave. You are a slave. You see many of all these people that are boasting, I get this, under one order from one Almajiri that doesn't know how to write his or her name. All that you have struggled for in all your life will be swept away, will vanish. That is what it means. That is what it is to be living under slavery. Living the life of a slave. They will allow you, you make your money, you make your now. Anytime they want, they vanish it. You cannot talk. If you talk, they kill you. Because you're a slave. We are fighting for freedom first. Because this awareness started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, must continue. Therefore, today, do not forget that we are on our Twitter and phone call campaign, worldwide phone call and Twitter campaign, please. As we know, if 10 million Biafrans call, if an institution, United Nations, the White House, or Britain, European Union, African Union, if each and every one of them receive 10 million calls demanding the same thing, Russia also, China, if they receive 10 million calls from individuals, all are talking about the same thing, demanding the same thing, do you know what it will achieve? You know, this freedom fighting we are engaging, it is a freedom fighting or type of freedom fighting never seen before. We use every tool available to our disposal or at our disposal in order to fight for our freedom. Therefore, please make sure that you've called. Not even once. You can call as many times as you could. As many times as you could. It is allowed. Making the same demand. That is why it is being written. Synchronized. That synchronized, demand from every Biafran. It is very, very important. That synchronization or synchronized demand, it is very, very important, please. So that you have to call. As you are calling, another Biafran is calling every day. Another person is calling the same thing. Now, it will yield a very positive result. Also, tweeting also. Therefore, we must continue. Before I continue, as we are late, I will bring in Mazi Ezekulie, who is with me here, in order to please introduce yourself before we go on, because we must continue. Mazi, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi. Mbedoma.
Udo
Good evening, fellow Biafrans, all lovers of freedom. This evening, we are here again to make some good revelations, things you never hear before, so that you keep your mind and soul together to know that we needed to have freedom, because something has happened to us, great thing has happened to us as a people, and nobody cares. Some of the elders have forgotten, some of them have died, and nobody is to tell the younger one what really happened. How do we come here? What brought us here where we are? this evening, as Elohim will have it, I will make some effort to make some revelations so that you will know certain things you never know. You may not know, because the creator that created Biafrans, Onibo, knows why he kept me alive today. I never knew why he kept me certain place to be able to appear this time around, to be able to tell the people certain story, certain things they never know. How we come about where we are now. So please, fellow Biafrans, open your ear, come closer. You will learn one or two things this evening. Forgive me if I don't speak Queen's English, because I am not a British man and I'm not an English man. I'm a typical Igbo man. I speak my mother tongue much too well. But for the fact that we have adopted this particular satanic language that is ruling the world, let us see how far we can also manipulate it to get our freedom also. So thank you, fellow Biafran. Stay around and listen this evening. Thank you, Mazi.
Ndewo Mazi. For us to continue a starting point, because I wanted to preach or do a submission titled National Identity, but I don't think it's going to be today. It's not going to be today, because I need to preach that gospel honestly. National identity. You know, they tell you NIN, N-I-N, National Identification Number. For people, for many of us, or many Nigerians, or most Nigerians don't understand what national identity really means or signifies. And that is why I'm going to defy it to another day, maybe tomorrow or next. That is it. Because Mazi just said, something happened to us. You know the way scientists used to modify vegetables, the chromosomes of vegetables, the genes of vegetables, and they modify it the way they want. If it is, for example, a melon that doesn't bring up the fruit is not big, it becomes very big. Genetically modified foods, that is what happened to us. They modified our nomenclature. They modified our genes. They try to create us the way they want us to be. That is the problem we are having today. Biafrans in particular, Black Africans in general. That is the situation. We must understand what this national identity is. They impose on us an identity. Britain imposed on us a foreign identity to us. And we are fighting to live like the identity they put us into. It is highly absurd. Our leader, what I am trying to say here is to reiterate what our leader has been preaching. A foreigner came from far land, thousands of kilometers, and came and gathered and said, you, from today you are all Nigerians. And you see people, human beings, gallivanting and accepting that artificial imposition. It is an insult to our humanness. It's a very big insult. When you calm down without sentiment and check all these things, reason it, think about it critically. I'm telling you, you see that, they push us, they made us half human, subhuman. I'm telling you honestly. They impose, something that is foreign on us. And here we are, people are defending it without shame. It is very sad. As Mazi said, that is why you see a Biafran, we watch nothing. You see our women today is an epitome of what they call wrong girls. Ashawo. Holy people. Holy. My father, he used to tell me, say, do you know before the war? And the Mazi here can confirm it. That onye ugwu mesara nwanyi Igbo aka chite ya maybe ha na-aga n'ụzọ ya try ya ka touch to nwanyi Igbo ada Igbo ada Biafra Chineke ekwena ihe that shit he will not wash it again. All were na-enye testimony ịmakwa ya o metụrụ ndị aka. Today they have changed us. Nigeria imposition, Nigerian identity they have used Nigerian identity to change us into what they want us to be. Even when they look at in their movies, any place, for example, the action of Rongel, they will name Igbo name Amaka. What is your name? Amaka, Ifeoma. You don't know that all these things means a lot. They are bringing us down to the lowest point. That is the reality. Mazi, I agree with you. This is what we are trying to reverse. I say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and picked the remnants of us, our remnants. Now, so that you can join it together and we go back to who we used to be. I don't know how foreigners will impose an identity onto us. And people are defending it. They impose everything on us. It is not that, I used to say it, had it been that Britain is still living, British people are on ground like in South Africa, it would have been more palatable, I'm telling you. It would have been at least it would have been more palatable because, at least they would be there feeling the sun, the rain, everything. At least. We know that, who are these people that did this? Say, look at them, they are with us here. Just like in South Africa. It would have been more palatable. But these people came and created chaos. Try to change our nomenclature. And went back. And from far, they are controlling us, controlling the imposition. I listened to what that midget, the former British High Commissioner, what he was saying, praising Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. That Nigeria is their toy. Praising Nigeria, democracy, the largest democracy, no matter the shortcomings, but they are going there. They have to praise you because they are trying to create something, an identity, which is foreign to us. That is what we are suffering. I'm telling you. I will preach this gospel, but it will be another day. The submission, national identity. Therefore, let me just read this news headline before bringing Mazi into the conversation. I think it's today's news. Yes, 26th April 2023. Terrorists abduct 29 residents in Nigeria capital city, Abuja, in mass midnight attack. Are you seeing it? What is going on? Terrorists in Abuja. This is not the first. This is not the second. It has been ongoing, but it's not receiving the type of media brouhaha noise that it should. All that matters to people, they are talking about is insecurity in the southeast. Oh, IPOB. Oh, this and that. Insecurity in the southeast. It is very highly absurd that in the capital city, terrorists are walking, are kidnapping people, killing people in the Nigeria capital city of Abuja. And people are walking as if everything is normal. You know, I used to call Nigerians dead body. Stone dead. They are stone dead. There is nothing you can do to revive them. As long as he never suffer as a victim, direct. And the worst part of it is that when the thing happens to him, he might not live to tell the story or to learn. Nigerians are zombies, dead bodies. I will never forget that Yoruba woman, I think it was either 2020 or 2021, that was kidnapped, that lives in Canada with the family. They just came to Nigeria. They were kidnapped. She, her daughter, and her husband. And she was raped together with her daughter in the presence of her husband. When she was finally released, the woman cannot express what happened to her. But there is something she said. Because he gave a conference in Canada when she went back to Canada. He said the worst part is that Nigerians, they don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. They are zombies. When you see Nigerians in Nigeria, they are just zombies.